Golden Sun: The Broken Seal, or simply Golden Sun, is a Game Boy Advance JRPG often remembered for its stunning graphics, wonderful soundtrack, and peerless exploration mechanics. It's also remembered for its embarrassingly repetitive script and unbalanced combat, and while the former is out of the purview of this ROM hack, the latter is about to be reloaded. Golden Sun Reloaded is a hack that dates back nearly a decade, aimed at helping the absolute sweetheart of a battle system escape its summon rushing and unleash spamming bonds, and bloom into something that really elevates the entire game, in my opinion. Released in 2016 by user Calidor on the aptly named GoldenSunHacking.net, Reloaded has received updates as recently as February 2024, a testament to the love fans have for this Camelot classic. But I'll leave the history lessons and fawning by the wayside, so we can focus in on the meat of this video and this ROM hack, the gameplay. I'm not going to get into extreme detail on Golden Sun's battle system, because frankly, I'm an idiot, and I can barely wrap my brain around algebra too. Instead, I'll give you the broad strokes through a series of anecdotes and incorrectitudes. At its core, Golden Sun is a pretty bog-standard JRPG. Your party is made up of 4 colorfully haired teenagers, each one assigned an element from fire, earth, water, and wind, and a self-explanatory archetype from warrior or caster. Each of these pointy-headed protagonists has the usual stock of stats, being HP, synergy points, attack, defense, agility, and luck. I'm sure the bright minds of the internet can determine what HP, attack, and defense are for, while the others may have different uses based on the game in question. In Golden Sun, rather than magic, people cast synergy. Thus, synergy points are your mana, your magic pool, whatever you prefer. Agility determines the order in which actions are taken in combat, and luck is purely for resisting status ailments. The more unique points of Golden Sun's combat system rely entirely around Jin, colorful little creeps that are equipped to characters not unlike weapons and armor, and come in 4 types, 1 for each element. They can be unleashed in combat for powerful attacks and effects, then pooled to summon gods and goddesses in varying states of undress to cinematically annihilate your enemies. Equipping Jin to characters also changes their class, and mixing and matching Jin of different elements allows you to discover interesting new classes, generally unique to each character. New classes mean new stat distributions and new spell lists, which gives you control over your party in a way many JRPGs with preset rosters do not. Reloaded makes it a point to address many of the issues with balancing, and some of the problems with the system itself. The largest and most glaring changes being the nerfs to summon rushing, a strategy that involves entering battles with all of your Jin already prepped to summon, allowing you to annihilate bosses within 1 or 2 turns, and the large buff to caster-type characters. The summon changes are more noticeable in the sequel, which this hack also encompasses, but the changes to casters are more impactful on moment-to-moment gameplay, especially in this playthrough. As you might have noticed in my quick rundown of the stats, there is no intelligence or magic attack or similar stat in Golden Sun. This means that most spells simply work off of their own base power and a character's elemental proficiency, which barely changes over the course of the game. While there are some spells that benefit from having a high attack stat, casters don't really benefit from that, as you might imagine. This means that generally, warriors are all around better than casters, while casters and their spells end up sucking a deluxe jumbo schlong. In Reloaded, however, normal spells benefit in power from the caster's maximum synergy points. Since casters already have big PPs, that means their spells suck even less dick than before. The bigger the PP, the less dick you, the player, have to suck. Moving past that embarrassing joke, there are, of course, some other changes to the game that Reload makes, although some only apply to the sequel, Golden Sun: The Lost Age. Equipment is more balanced and better distributed across the board. Weapon types, like longswords, axes, maces, etc., actually have differences from one another. Longswords provide the baseline, while axes increase attack even further in exchange for lowering defense, things like that. Classes have rebalanced spell lists. Some get completely new original spells altogether. Buffing your party and debuffing the enemy are actually viable strategies now. Meanwhile, status effects actually see use, seeing as many synergies have been added that inflict them onto enemies. There are also minor translation fixes. The list goes on, but anything else that I feel need covering, I'll do so when we get to it. Right now, though, I think this introduction has gone on long enough. Let's get comfy and join our heroes in the dying world of Weird. Golden Sun begins with a fairly lengthy prologue that's cut in two halves. The first takes place in the past, where you control the main hero, Isaac, and his childhood friend, Garrett, as they navigate their hometown of Vale in the midst of a terrifying storm. The second half occurs years later, during the in-game present day, and explores the aftermath and consequences of the storm and the subsequent avalanche that it caused. If you want a more in-depth look at Golden Sun's story, there are a lot of videos that'll give you just that. But this playthrough and this video is going to be focused almost entirely on the gameplay, of which there is very little during the first half of the prologue. Mostly walking around and getting killed by mushrooms and Gen 2 Pokemon. For that reason, we're going to be breezing through it pretty quickly. Horrifying death, childhood trauma, girl's family is obliterated by a tactical nuclear rock, the same sort of stuff you always get with these JRPG prologues. I also somehow caused Garrett to glitch here and get real tall for an extended period of time. He's a growing boy. This sequence ends when we are introduced, unknowingly, to our antagonists, aptly named Mystery Man and Mystery Woman. They show off how badass they are by defeating a pair of shell-shocked children armed with sticks and toy daggers in heated combat, transporting us 3 years into the future, where the game truly begins with roof repair. After everyone has a nice long chat on the thatch, you're finally let go, and the game truly, actually begins, with visiting your elderly neighbor. Kraden is something of a scientist, you see, and he's been teaching our young anime protagonists the ways of alchemy. Alchemy in Golden Sun doesn't mean what you'd think it would. Rather than early chemistry or potion making, alchemy sort of refers to the magic that sustains the world of Weird, like a big warm blanket of radiation. Long ago, alchemy was much more powerful and prevalent throughout the world of Weird, so the people of the ancient world sealed the source of alchemy away. Apparently, it was sealed in our backyard, up at the Soul Sanctum, which is at the peak of the mountain Vale is nestled up to. Kraden, being a responsible elder and role model to the impressionable children that look up to him, wants to break in and poke around just for funsies. Before we reach Kraden's cottage, however, we're interrupted by a couple of familiar faces, Mystery Man and Mystery Woman. Apparently they beat our asses so hard that both of us got amnesia, and we don't seem to remember one another. They gracefully decide to not kill us where we stand, and we're off to Grandpa's. We meet him at the front door, he talks to us about his new friends, and we're off to where the game truly, actually, really begins, with trespassing, then breaking and entering. Finally, some actual gameplay. Let's take a look at our boys before we head into the first dungeon, just to get a baseline. We can look back at the end of our adventure and see just how far we've come. Isaac, our heroic Aryan leader, is the faster and stronger of the two, while Garrett, our bumbling comic relief, is much beefier and slower. They're a little different already, even though their equipment is the same, and these differences will only become more obvious as they grow. Isaac's starting class is Squire, and he only starts with Cure, a weeny little healing synergy that will, for now, sustain our party on any longer dungeon excursions. Garrett, as a guard, hasn't learned any synergy at all yet, but I'm sure he'll catch up soon enough. We've also got Isaac's girlfriend with us, name of Jenna. She's our first caster and already knows Flare, a simple but powerful fire or Mars synergy. Oh right, in Golden Sun, each element is referred to by the name of a planet, or Roman Pantheon member if you're old school. Venus for Earth, Jupiter for Wind, Mercury for Water, and Mars for Fire. I'll be using them interchangeably for maximum viewer confusion, don't worry. Back to Jenna, just like a real girlfriend, she won't be with us for long, so don't get too attached. Soul Sanctum, as starter dungeons go, is pretty solid. Short, with some simple little puzzles to get you used to how things work here in Golden Sun. The enemies in here are nothing to be afraid of, especially since the majority of them are weak to our girl Jenna's flare synergy. It doesn't take long for us to get our first level up, where Isaac learns his first damaging synergy, Quake. The enemies here aren't weak to it, but it's useful for when the enemy troops get a little bigger than we're comfortable with. While we're on the topic of dungeons and synergy, you can see here that some synergy can be used outside of battle. That's the big hook of Golden Sun's exploration. There are all sorts of cute little overworld spells that let you interact with the world in different ways. Some synergies can even be used both on the overworld and in battle. With our mighty move synergy, we slide these statues out of the way and get to another set piece, the Inner Soul Sanctum. After more intensely irresponsible pressuring from Kraden, we get to move on to the final puzzle of the dungeon. First, though, we'll pop into this room to grab the Synergy Stone. Since we can heal with Synergy points, and these stones fully restore our party's PP, these babies are basically full heals on the spot. Now, moving back to the puzzle, what's supposed to happen is, you're meant to be baited by this tantalizing statue-pushing puzzle right in front of you, at which point you get owned by the built-in defense systems, delivering a pride-obliterating slap on the wrist before making you do the real puzzle, which is pushing different statues first. Having thrown this priceless ancient statue, which I'm sure took hundreds of hours to sculpt, into a hole in the ground, we ascend to the Elemental Star Chamber, and our first dungeon is complete. What happens afterward is a lot of hopping and a lot of talking. Let me sum it up for you. These jewels are the elemental stars. We don't know what they do, but Kraden wants them because he's willing to put children in danger for the sake of his curiosity. Fortunately, some responsible adults show up who actually know what the stars do and take them away from us so we don't hurt ourselves, also revealing that Jenna's brother, who we all thought got exploded by a rock back at the beginning, is still alive. They pinky promise that everyone is going to be A-okay as long as we hand over the stars, and I'm thinking, hey, this is a pretty good deal. I don't even want these dang rocks anyway. Well, once we take the final star from its statue, the chamber begins to collapse and Mount Aleph, which has been a volcano all along, starts to erupt. iRock here holds off the lava while everyone else cheeses it, leaving us to die. The end. Anyway, back in Vale, we learn that the events that have just occurred have set into motion the end of the world. As the resident spiky-haired anime kids, it's our job to stop it. And we're finally at the point where the game truly, actually, really, finally, no foolin' begins. Wandering aimlessly into the wilderness. Just a few steps outside of Vale, we're interrupted by yet another talkative creature, although this one is worth listening to. He's our first Ginny, a fellow by the name of Flint, and he's gonna start us off on a long, winding road of customizing our party. Flint gives us a mandatory tutorial that I'll spare you from, then sets himself to Isaac. In short, each Ginny has 3 states when equipped to a character: Set, Standby, and Recovery. Set is the baseline. In this state, the Ginny is applying its stat boosts and counts toward class changes, and can also deploy its special ability in battle. After using it in battle, the Ginny switch states to Standby, where its name appears in red and it no longer has an effect on a character's stats or class. It's in this state that it can be pooled with other standby Jin to summon in battle, at which point all Jin used in the summoning go into recovery, where they appear in yellow and require a certain number of turns or steps on the overworld to go back to their set state. Did you get all that? It's a novel system for sure, but I find Jin much more entertaining for their ability to tweak your characters than their ability to summon. Seeing as we only have Flint and his ability to strike a powerful blow in battle for now, we'll just be leaving him on Isaac, which will keep him in his current class, since it's the same element as him. Once we have more to spread around, we'll start mixing and matching them to give our party different classes and synergies, which is my personal favorite part of the game. Now we're finally free to roam where, or I guess more specifically, Angara. We don't get far before coming to our first town, Vault, but we'll run around on the overworld for a bit for some minor exploration and grinding first. I'm not gay, but 20 XP is 20 XP. We'll need it later, trust me. Golden Sun is not a particularly difficult game, or at least the vanilla game isn't, but Reloaded makes you work for your victories, especially later on. The enemies out here have the same names and faces as the ones in the Soul Sanctum, but they're a lot stronger. These ghosts and mazes are particularly troublesome. All that difficult fighting pays off though, and we grab an extra level for both Isaac and Garrett, pushing them up to level 4 and netting Isaac the next level of Quake, Earthquake. Now let's make a couple of stops. The first is this broken bridge keeping us from going south. Not much to be done about that. The second is this cave leading away from the area. Our move synergy isn't enough to push this stone out of the way, so we're turned away from here too. The last and most interesting is another town, this one called Lunpa. This one is well guarded and frankly kinda unfriendly, so we're gonna just be on our merry way. Not even the cave next door could provide us with a way in. Yet. All other paths blocked, rudely or otherwise, we return to Vault, our pockets swollen with experience and coin. Before we can enter, we're treated to the sight of a caravan attempting to escape the eruption of Mount Aleph, which has apparently been flinging big crystals all over the place. They discover the broken bridge down south, then get spooked by a falling synergy stone and head up to Lunpa, where they're hoping to get a warmer welcome than we got. They also mention a boy named Ivan with weird powers, and that sounds exactly like the kind of guy I would want to be my third-party member. Let's go pay this Ivan guy a visit, but not before chatting up the locals and rifling through their pottery for loose change. We also stop by the smithy to pick up some gear from the frankly saucy armorer, then check out the arms, just like the other guy was checking out ours. Milky cloud indeed. Unfortunately, our good looks can't get us a discount on these beauties, so we'll have to come back, but we can rely on our synergy for good damage output for now. I'm much more concerned with keeping our skulls from being caved in with these lovely and very, very cheap leather flop hats. Now that's what I call protection for your wallet. Now, let's go find Ivan. Someone mentioned that he was staying with the mayor, and considering this town has like 3 houses, it shouldn't be too hard to suss him out. After a bit more stumbling about and chatting with random children, yeah, me too, kid, we finally find the mayor's house and chat with the guy with the unique sprite. Rather than talk to us like a normal person, he reads our minds with synergy to get his answers. It's at this point that we make a startling discovery. Not only is Ivan our next party member, but he's also very likely autistic. After a brief session of holding hands, he joins our party proper, and we're up a man. Ivan is on the lookout for his master's rod, and apparently had some hand in it getting lost, or more accurately, stolen. So his first priority is getting his grubby little mitts on it. He's not allowed to rejoin his master until he's finished this task, and unfortunately, we can't even leave town with him in tow so long as he's still looking for it. Thus, we're tasked with looking around for the thieves, and considering we're in need of another buddy for our adventure, we're inclined to help him out. Before we head out, let's take a look at our boy Ivan here. He's a Jupiter adept, the element of wind and lightning. He's also a caster, like Jenna was, and as you can see here, a fast boy. True to his class of Bolt user, Ivan has 2 electrical Jupiter synergies, Bolt and Ray. Despite both being moves that call down lightning, they're actually 2 different trees of spells, with Bolt focusing on single target damage, while Ray spreads damage out. Being a caster, Ivan is precluded from using longswords and axes, but is still capable of equipping light blades, and most of his armor will end up being more on the robe side of things rather than actual plates and steel. Thankfully, on that front, Ivan comes equipped with the best gear we could buy him at the moment, aside from his weapon, which is a literal unsharpened stick. Ivan's most important skill at the moment is his ability to read minds, which can be used on pretty much anyone. A kid in the mayor's house also told us that Ivan's special ability is to talk to animals, which is a not-so-subtle hint that mind read can also be used to communicate with beasts, something that comes in handy more than once. For example, you can see this dog's disdain for the pathetic human race, greedy as they are. Carting our new friend around town to violate people's personal space and brains in search of the thieves, we make a few important discoveries. First of all, Ivan's master's big rod isn't the only thing that's been nabbed. Apparently, the mayor is missing his family's heirloom, an urn, and the sanctum is missing its solid gold statue. Secondly, this theft occurred during the panic caused by the eruption, which has people pretty pissed off. Lastly, pretty much everyone in town already knows who the thieves are, they just aren't ballsy enough to say it. If your guess at the thief's identity is this weird purple guy behind the tree, you've officially earned your spot on my list of top noticers. Leave your email down below to start receiving the newsletter. Mind reading this chump gives you the idea that there's something amiss, but you can't quite make their arrest based on this alone. He's got buddies up in the top floor of the inn, which hasn't kicked them out because they're paying very generously in cash, and the inn is in need of repairs after the eruption. On our way to the inn, we run into this accomplice, but he's quickly defeated. We also found our second Jenny while rambling around, but after a good dinging and donging from the most pathetic bell I've ever heard in my entire life, it runs off to a distant cliff that we're in no shape to hop over to. We'll have to come back to this one, so let's head over to the inn's bunk room. These guys are playing keep away with a swiftness yet unseen, so we pop our little party apart to corner them while Ivan does the dirty in their heads. That's all the info we need. As it turns out, the stolen goods are still somewhere in the inn. Heading outside, the ladder to the roof is unblocked, so we head on up to claim our prize. Along with this absolute horde of stolen goods, we find a man tied up, and it isn't because he's looking for a good time. Apparently, the thieves caught him snooping around in his own attic and knocked him out. As for what they were planning to do with him, your guess is as good as mine. It isn't long before the trio wise up to what we're doing and corner us, letting us know that the town of Lunpa that we found up north is run by thieves, and Ivan's master is probably calling somebody else master by now. All that said, we aren't about to let these guys get away with stealing 15 tons of goods from a town in distress, so we're on to what could be called our first boss battle. Emphasis on could, because this is an incredibly easy fight. These guys don't even deserve the mini-boss music, they just get the regular old encounter jam. Sad, honestly. This is our first time seeing Ivan in action, and he really gives us a good show. He's by far the fastest combatant here, and his spells do great damage. Notice how all the damage logs down at the bottom have 3 exclamation points? That's how you know you're hitting an enemy's weakest element. Normal human enemies like this tend to be weak to every element equally, so synergy is just good against them in general. On that note, and since this fight is pathetically easy, I tried to do the Jenny trick here once I'd knocked out the weaker cronies. You see, when using a Jenny that deals damage in battle, like our boy Flint, using it to fell an enemy weak to that Jenny will cause the enemy to flash brilliant colors before fading away, rather than just turning gray. When this happens, you get an increased amount of experience and a higher chance of dropped items. Unfortunately, Ivan got close to being knocked out, so I just gutted the poor bastard. Later on, the Jenny trick will be important for getting good items and more XP from stronger enemies. With the bandits defeated and both of our original boys bumped up to level 5, Ivan's fingers are firmly wrapped around his rod, and we have a tearful goodbye. Unfortunately, we will never see Ivan again. We meet up with Ivan again at the entrance to Goma Cave, after resting up and picking up a shiny new battle axe for Garrett. It turns out that, unsurprisingly, he didn't get into Lumpa by walking up to the gates and asking nicely. Instead, he's decided to come help us on our quest. It gets rid of the ivy anchoring this stone stump thing to the ground before joining our party for good this time. We've got to move our Jenny Flint over to Ivan so that he can use Whirlwind again, as his base class of Bolt user doesn't know it. One Venus Jenny makes Ivan a Seer, which grants him Whirlwind as well as Cure at the cost of his lightning spells. We're not keeping him like this, but it's a little preview of what's to come. With that, we're venturing into our second dungeon, the short but sweet Goma Cave. The enemies here are stronger than anything we've faced so far, but we're stronger too, and we have a third party member. The biggest problem is going to be that Mars Jenny. Anytime you find a Jenny outside of a safe area like a town, they won't come with you without a struggle, and they tend to put up quite a fight early on. This little guy is probably going to be the most dangerous fight we've been in yet, but we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Goma Cave is when Golden Sun starts to let its hair down a little. The move synergy puzzles are a little more interesting, and you get to shove rocks off of cliffs and stuff. The enemies are a decent challenge, and the rewards are better than anything we've seen so far. We're finally forging ahead without being heavily guided. Whoa. Oh, okay. That's a troop. Nothing a little synergy won't fix, though. Plus, a lot of these guys are just stragglers from the overworld. Barely worth the PP, even. Thankfully, Cure is really doing a good job keeping our pants on here. It's cheap, powerful, and Isaac's decently sized PP makes it an easy choice over consumables. Once our HP's totals start getting a little higher, we won't be able to keep everyone topped for quite so cheap. But right now, Cure's an absolute sweetheart, and I'm going to make good use of it. Oh, I forgot to mention. Those thieves dropped a sword that I've equipped to Isaac, the bandit's sword. It's the first weapon we've got with an unleash attached to it, which is sort of like a fancier critical hit that has different effects based on the weapon. For example, Rapid Smash here has a chance to either do slightly less than a normal attack or nearly double, all while changing the user's attack into a Jupiter element attack. For that reason, it'd probably be better served on Ivan, but we don't really have a replacement weapon for the boss man at the moment, so Ivan will just have to make do with the shaman's rod he fought so hard to find. Thankfully, he doesn't really seem to have a problem with bashing monsters' brains in with it. And there is our Jenny buddy. A lot of puzzles in Golden Sun require you to set something up for later use, like pushing this stone pillar into place for us to hop over to the Jenny later in the dungeon. Goma Cave is pretty short, so we'll be seeing the payoff pretty soon, but sometimes, like with the bell we rung earlier, the reward doesn't come until much later. Leaving this hiker-looking fella who gives us a hint about respawning a Jinny if it runs away from us in battle, we move onward, finding some tasty corn on the rotting corpse of a zombie and a lucky medal from a chest. Lucky medals are useless until later in the game, where hoarding them pays off in a big way. And here we are, at the closest thing we've fought to a boss. The Jinny hits hard and fast, alternating between powerful standard attacks and the blast synergy. This guy's not too crazy, but it's definitely the strongest enemy we've fought as of yet, which is a sign of things to come. If we can drop him, however, he'll be a powerful ally, bringing us close to a temporarily full set of 1 Jinny per party member. He very nearly takes down Ivan at one point, forcing us to bring him back from the brink with Cure, but not long after, the critter falls and joins our party. Forge, unlike Flint, has a supportive effect rather than dealing direct damage, increasing the attack power of our entire party. He'll go into Garrett's pocket for now, but he'll probably find a new home on someone else once we hit our stride. After felling the Mars Jinny, there's not much left at Goma Cave, so we hop on back to the overworld and into the next town, Bilibin. Let's look around Bilibin and see what else we can get up to. So it seems like that creepy tree man thing out front was a guy cursed by the local tree god because the Lord's wife wanted a new mansion built, and they logged the local sacred forest to do it. Fair enough. Unconcerned with such things, we do a little exploring, stumbling into our first Jupiter Jinny, Gust. Gust is actually a lot like the Bandit Swords Unleash, where there's a chance for him to hit once, or a chance for him to hit multiple times, dealing variable damage. It's certainly a powerful effect, but that gamble isn't the best. Still, a Jinny is a Jinny, and now that everyone has at least one, let's go check out the local armory to see if they've got anything to prepare us for the road ahead. Unfortunately, they do, and it's all very, very expensive, and we only managed to buy a single piece of armor for local tank Garrett before we left dirt poor and all of our checks start bouncing. Being a poor group of teens down on their luck, we've got to make money the only way we know how, massacring the local wildlife and undead. Running around the area without straying too far from town, we go between pathetic groups of enemies and meaty troops. With a couple lucky Jinny tricks here and there, we get a pretty decent haul of XP and gold, getting all 3 of our party members up to level 7. Garrett learns a wicked new synergy in the form of Starburst, an even bigger, deadlier explosion that's no slouch on PP cost or damage. Despite being a very similar spell, it's actually from a different synergy line than Garrett's other synergy, Blast. Ivan, on the other hand, learns the next tier of his signature synergy, Flashbolt. It's now capable of hitting multiple foes, so it'll be his go-to from now on. Unfortunately, for all the personal growth, our funds still leave much to be desired. We managed to scrounge enough together to get another leather plate for Isaac, then head off in search of more lucrative ventures. Heading north, we follow the winding pathway over rivers and through forests, slaying an absolutely unacceptable number of rats, furry and otherwise, until we finally come to a new cavern. It's pretty unlikely we'll be able to get far here just yet, but we might as well take a look. We'll have to do some gen rearranging so that Isaac and Garrett get access to the growth synergy, allowing them to grow this little virgin sprout into a big Chad vine for us to climb. Dirtying the seat of Isaac's pants, we scoot on into Bilibin Cave's secret entrance. We managed to sneak past any wandering enemies, reaching a treasure chest just next to a conspicuous half-circle of stones. Well, we just solved our weapon problem. The elven rapier is considerably stronger than anything we've seen so far, and it'll fit perfectly on Isaac for now. We really need Isaac to be doing as much damage with his standard attacks as possible, since his synergy leaves a lot to be desired in the offensive department. The elven rapier also comes with an absolute beauty of an unleash in the form of Vorpal Slash. It doesn't really have any special effects, but it's a solid 60% damage increase on trigger, which I'm not going to say no to. We'll hand the bandit sword down to Ivan, who can finally stop disappointing us with single-digit damage numbers. Ivan. On our way out, we're jumped by our first recolor, the Slime Level 2, Ooze. This thing is tough as hell, and we barely managed to kill them before they overwhelm us. We need to get the hell out of here and...
All right! I win!
Okay, well, let's heal everyone up with Cure. I really don't think there's any reason to go running off just yet. It couldn't hurt to just stick around a little longer, you know? The oozes don't do too much damage as long as we go in fully healed, and sometimes they even call in reinforcements that are worth even more money and experience. It's all about playing it safe. These ghoul fellas are also pretty pathetic and weak to Jupiter, so I'll try knocking out one with Gust's double strike ability and just... okay, well, hold on. Let's... wait, hold on, wait, just... Ivan, no, you motherfucker! So, we're back here in Bilibin, rich with the most important thing of all, knowledge. In the end, it really doesn't matter how much money you have or if your greed gets your new friend killed. It's about the lessons we learned along the way. Really. As a side note, and completely unrelated to anything, reviving people at the Sanctum is pretty damn expensive. Nearly 200 gold. Just a random observation, not related to anything that happened. Let's go talk to the head honcho of this town, Lord McCoy. Maybe he or his wife have some work for us that doesn't involve that cave to the north, where I definitely didn't watch a big goblin man tear my good friend Ivan limb from limb and eat his remains. We tell the guards that we're great warriors seeking to help with the whole tree curse thing, and they're understandably a bit skeptical, but let us in nonetheless. A quick perusal of the estate doesn't reveal much of value, nor does a chat with Lord McCoy himself. His endearing Scottish accent doesn't make his rejection of our hero application any easier to stomach. But on the way out, the guard who let us in lets slip that the barricade everyone has been telling us is completely impassable may not be quite so impregnable after all. With that, we head west in search of glory and fortune. As expected, the barricade is a trifling matter, literally a stack of wooden boxes. The move synergy makes short work of McCoy's Minecraft house, and we swoosh right in, admiring the skill and misfortune of the man trees nearby that chose the absolute worst position to get cursed in. Before we head to Kalima proper, I'm going to follow my nose to some secret treasure. To be totally honest, I can't remember how I learned about this, and I'm not even sure there's a hint about them in-game. But if you press your examine button right around here, Isaac will look on the ground and find the turtle boots. This is the only kind of treasure like this in the entire game. Weird. They cut your agility by a bit for a little extra defense, and since Garrett is already our slowest member with the beef to pay the bills, we'll let him suit up in these stylish green sneakers and be on our way. We'll skip out on Kalima Forest for the moment and instead head to Kalima Village, where we find everyone barked and believed. Upon our arrival, the great tree god Tret blasts us with his funky alien mind rays and tries to turn us into trees too, but our plot armor shrugs off his meager offering. He and his tree goddess wife explain that they're dying, and in particular, Tret has gotten super PO'd at people for attempting to turn him into furniture. So much so that his generally kind demeanor has gone dormant, while the new Tret is insistent on taking everyone with him. His tree wife Laurel seems mostly indifferent, but lets us know that if Tret dies, everyone who's become a tree will die too. Total human deforestation. Before we run off to the forest to save the day, we'll look around the village and read some tree leaves. Here's a tree wife of our very own, though it seems like we don't have enough room for her in our pack. The people of Kalima are in varying stages of existential dread over their arboreal agony, with some more annoyed than truly upset. More important than the fussing of foliage, however, is this pretty little number, fenced in by a Resident Evil grade waist-high rickety fence. Venus Jenny number 2 is upon us. Now, for the sake of you, the viewer, in my infinite compassion and regular passion for storytelling, I'll pretend I don't immediately know how to get this guy. Let's instead go into the house. The residents don't give up much, but compared to the other houses in this village, their abode is strangely incomplete. We'll take the environmental clues around back and find the other half of their house in a hidden doorway that really shouldn't be hidden to anyone. If anything, it would be more visible since it's facing the main drag. But let's not start writing webcomics about how wacky it would be if video games were real life just yet. A quick jog through this shallow cavern and we're right next to Granite, who comes with us without a fight. That bumps our total Jinn count up to 4 and unlocks for Isaac the Secrets of the Night class, the second tier of his most basic class series. The more Jinn a character has equipped, the better their class will become. Generally, this works on a rule of upgrading a class every 2 Jinn equipped, but some late game classes buck this trend. Progressing from Squire to Knight gives Isaac a fairly substantial bonus to his stats, and later tiers will even unlock synergies exclusive to high-tier classes. With dangerous levels of confidence coursing through our veins, we're off to our next dungeon, the biggest and most dangerous yet, Kolyma Forest. Taken on its own, Kolyma Forest isn't really so bad. It's definitely got the most puzzles of anywhere we've been, and the enemies are, while not as strong as the ones back in Bilibin Cave, stronger than outside. We'll be facing the troll for the first time, which hits very hard. The true horror of this dungeon, however, lies at the end. There's an entire second dungeon inside of it. This is when Golden Sun takes off the kid gloves. Kolyma is probably going to be harder on us than anywhere we've been yet, so we'd do well to be ready. Seeing as our party is now level 8 across the board, and Isaac is sporting a brand new class in Ginny, while Ivan newly wields the awesome power of the plasma synergy, I'd say we're ready to start logging. It isn't long before it becomes clear that the enemies of Kolyma are no match for us. They're lucky to do double-digit damage, and they fall within a turn or two at worst. Even the troll, who I was a bit worried about, can't even put a dent in our boys' mighty defenses. Kolyma's thing is log-rolling puzzles, presumably left behind by the bored lumberjacks who started this mess. None of them are too complex, and it isn't until the penultimate area of the forest that we have to do any real thinking. It is, according to this sign, illegal to pull this lever. It controls the water level here, and since we can walk across these logs while they float on the water, we have to arrange them into a path that leads us to our destination. A quick peek reveals that the exit isn't the only reward here, and if we want that Gucci fur coat, we're going to need to put on our thinking caps. It's been a bit since I've played this. Cut me some slack. The coat is considered clothing, which means it can be equipped by any of our adepts, but it makes the most difference on Ivan, who is still worryingly frail. Hopefully, the extra layer of fashion will prevent further accidents. Foreshadowing. With the final log puzzle handled, and that sign thoroughly disrespected, we come across the tree wife of Tret, Laurel. She says she senses a great warmth in us, which must be referring to Garrett's second helping of okra at the inn last night, but quickly says that our efforts are useless and that Tret is beyond saving. A quick mind read reveals that she thinks something at the Mercury Lighthouse called the Water of Hermes could save her hubby, but it's been dried up for ages. We'll take note of that, as if we don't know how this story goes, and head on over to the big man himself. Talking and mind-reading both fail with old Tret, as the tree's evil side continues to ensure that nice guys are the most oppressed minority. Let's climb up onto his head and start round 2 with our next dungeon back to back, the Tret tree. While the enemies here don't hit particularly hard, they do carry dangerous status ailments, something that's almost entirely alien to us at this point. The drone bees come in larger groups here, making them more likely to use their numbing sting ability, which takes one of our boys out of the fight for an extended period of time, no matter how little damage it does. Spiders are also dangerous, their bites carrying poison that will never wear off on its own, unless we have an antidote to ward it away. We have a couple of those, right? We have one. Well, we've come this far. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Can't make an omelet and all that. Here in the Tret tree, there are two environments. The inside of the tree, filled with spider webs and breakable leaves that can only be hopped on once, and the outside, where we have to navigate Tret's limbs with little visibility on account of all the leaves. The occasional rat, troll, or gnome are a mercy on us as the spider and bee hordes begin to take their toll. It's the beginning of the end when a couple of unlucky poison bites leave our party poisoned and suffering. If we could just reach that Jupiter Ginny just a little higher in Tret's branches, I'll be content. Well, with Ivan knocked out for definitely the first time in this playthrough, we have no choice but to retreat. We're already struggling against the endless onslaughts of tiny insects as it is. Being down a man will do little to help that. Tails between our legs, we limp back to Bilibin to regroup and rearm. Thankfully, fighting hordes of bugs and vermin has done our wallet well, and we can afford to buy Garrett a powerful new longsword, putting him closer to Isaac for damage. We also stock up on antidotes. For the love of God, antidotes, please. In the item shop, more folks are chattering about the waters of Hermes. Maybe if Tret knocks us on our butts again, we'll go investigate that instead. Lessons learned and spirits reignited, we venture forth, back to Kalima, ready to kick ass and climb trees. And we're all out of ass. We make our way back to the Tret tree, blazing through Kalima Forest and up the trunk of the old Fey spirit like greased lightning. We're much luckier with enemies this time, running into more ghosts and these tree gnomes that continue to baffle me, than spiders. The one poison bite they manage to get off is thoroughly resisted, and we pick up a cool ring that not only causes the wearer to regenerate HP in small amounts in battle, but also can be used as a basically infinite healing item outside of it. Providing it doesn't break, of course. Even better, it doesn't even need to be worn to be used, so once we find a better ring, it can stick with us for a little while. We let our resident tank, Garrett, slip that little number on and continue upward. In the Tret tree's very highest branches, we find our second Jupiter Ginny, and fifth overall. Being a dungeon Ginny, he isn't coming quietly, but our party is too well equipped and well trained to fall to some silver chicken. After a thorough beating, Breeze comes with us, escalating Ivan from Bolt user to Magician, gaining a healthy stat boost and some slick new supportive synergy in the way of Impact and Ward, which increase a single party member's attack and resistance, respectively. Ward will be especially useful in battles to come, as more and more enemies pelt us with powerful synergies of their own. Once we're at the very tippy top of Tret's Trunk of Terror, we do some careful leaf manipulation to drop ourselves down to the floor below, dead center. You see, those holes in the middle of every room go all the way down until we hit rock bottom, where Tret's considerably less amicable side is waiting for us with our first true boss fight of the game. Tret is, without exaggeration, an absolute monster compared to the fights we've been dealing with up until now. His synergies hit our entire party for solid damage, and he can put multiple party members to sleep at the same time. Worst of all, he attacks twice a turn. Now this is common to all bosses in Reloaded, but in the original game, it doesn't start happening until way later. I wasn't sure how we'd perform against Tret, since so far we've not had too much trouble in contests of raw strength. It's touch and go for a bit, with some entire turns being wasted making sure everyone stays on their feet. We're employing a very vanilla strategy here, unleashing Gen and quick-firing summons again and again. Breeze's resistance boost is very powerful in this strategy, and helps us survive against a lot of Tret's incessant synergy casting. Finally, Tret gets lucky with his Sleep Star spam and manages to get Ivan out of the fight for good. Fueled with a lust for revenge, we push through the rest of our fight, even going so far as to eat the nut. before Tret finally falls, leaving us with a hefty load of money and experience, one that sadly isn't shared with our fallen brother. Before we can leave, we beseech the newly defeated Tret, freed from his anger, to deforest the people of Kalima. Try as he might, however, he's become too weak. Without the healing water of Hermes, he, the forest, and the people within are all doomed. Looks like we'll be taking a trip to the Great White North. We head back to Bilibin, slap Ivan awake, then go make up for some of the experience he missed out on, as well as use some of that money to upgrade the party's equipment. Let's get a good look at our boys before moving on. We've been through a lot since our last check-in. Isaac hasn't learned any new synergy for a while, but his stats are coming along very nicely. Spire has been a powerful tool, albeit one that we've used sparingly. Unfortunately, Garrett's stats are starting to lag behind with his lack of a second Ginny. It's not uncommon for enemies to hit him for the absolute minimum amount of damage, which is a good sign, but we'll see how that holds up against the stronger enemies we're about to go up against. Additionally, he's learned the next tier of Blast, bringing his spell count up to a whopping 3. Ivan. Poor thing. Always getting knocked out. That said, he hits like a truck with his handful of lightning spells, and with his bump to level 10, he's learned the Paralyze synergy, which will let us give those annoying monsters a taste of their own stun. It's back to Bilibin Cave, which barely counts as a dungeon on its own. We've already got the coolest thing this place has to offer, the elven rapier that now rests firmly in Ivan's mitts, so all there is to do is truck on through. This is actually the first dungeon that rewards you for returning later, though it's hardly worth it, giving you little more than a few high-tier healing items. We may or may not bother with coming back, we'll see. It's not long before the cave turns frosty and then we're done. Absolute piece of cake. The overworld has gotten a lovely wintry makeover though, so let's enjoy the coziness of the snow for just a moment before we're attacked by a bear. Holy shit, it's a bear! Oh my god, he's tearing his limb from limb! Email is just a short walk away from the chilly side of Bilibin Cave. Turns out everyone is too busy hacking up lungs to say hello. This old couple tells us to fetch someone named Mia, but running around town we're unable to find such a person. We do find this adorable snowman though, which I promptly drop off a cliff. There's also this psycho who's complaining about the cold while refusing to just enter his own home. Finally, I head into the sanctum to tell the priests to get some graves ready, but instead I'm met with this. According to Father Junior here, Mia just left to go visit the old folks from the town entrance, so we're absolved of responsibility in case the harsh, unfeeling winter takes them. Before we go check in on them, let's go see what's up with the tantalizing ice cave north of town. We'll probably have to bounce off that snowman I pushed down to... We slide right into the cave and finally find Garrett's second Mars Ginny, number 6 overall. Fever delivers a blow that also deludes enemies, making their attacks very likely to miss. Nothing to get excited about, but Garrett finally getting a promotion from guard to soldier is. Looking good, buddy. We take our new Burning Ranger over to meet Mia, and arrive just in time to see her cast a new type of synergy to heal the man whose legal name I can only assume at this point is Grandpa. Before we can sit down and get to know this kindly frost babe, a flash of light fills the room and Mia runs off to the Mercury Lighthouse not far from here, mumbling something about someone named Alex all the while. Before we head off, I figured it'd be a good idea to see if we can upgrade any of our gear, but it seems like the armor and smith have caught a bad case of identical old man disease. Tough break. We're skipping town and off to the Mercury Lighthouse, by far the longest and toughest dungeon we've encountered yet, and rightfully so. The Mercury Lighthouse is the first of 2 in this game, and our ultimate goal is to prevent them from being lit. Luckily, it seems like we still have some time, so let's get in there and show old mystery man and woman that nobody messes with Vale and blows up Mount Aleph, and also beats us up when we were kids and gets away with it. We meet back up with Mia as soon as we get to the lighthouse. and she explains that only she and this Alex fella are capable of getting in. With a little schmovement, Mia's way is unblocked, but we can't go anywhere without her say-so. Luckily, she's so concerned with finding the intruders and surprised that we're also adepts that she doesn't really mind when we follow her through the barrier. Through the door, we come to Mia, once again stopped in her tracks, being accosted by this handsome young man. Unfortunately, the situation escalates to violence when Mia refuses his advances. The lizard man isn't a boss or anything, not even the mini kind, so we wipe the floor with this disadvantaged youth, and Mia is on her way. In the next room, she needs our help yet again. High maintenance. We give this statch a tug, and Mia is so impressed with our performance, and her seeming total lack of performance at all, that she finally joins our party, bringing the adept count up to 4 and finishing the playable cast. Despite Mia's complete incompetence up to this point, she's an extremely useful member of the team. In her base class, Mia is a powerful healer of the mercury element. While Mia's stats aren't much to talk about, her incredibly sized PP makes her synergy very powerful and reloaded. Her naturally high luck stat makes her resistant to status ailments as well. Wouldn't want our healer falling asleep on the job. As a bonus, Mia's got a Ginny on her, Fizz. Fizz is capable of healing allies in battle, but Mia's perfectly capable of that on her own. His true purpose will become clear in time. The Mercury Lighthouse is a pretty great dungeon. It's sort of a best of everything we've seen so far. You've got pipe rolling. You've got schmoovin'. You've got these great water jumping segments. You've got big old waterfalls to walk in and out of. They introduced these by having you walk out of one, a clever way to reveal that they're potential entrances. Very nice. These pipes get rolled around not just to open the way, but also to move water from one place to another, to different ends. Early in the dungeon, you're dropped through a hole in front of this hot mamacita. After gracing her with a gracious helping of ply, certain platforms like this start glowing. They let you hop around on water for a short time, opening up a lot of new areas. The enemies here aren't too much of an issue. We've got that poor lizard man's friends and their girlfriends, jellyfish, ghouls, slimes. Whatever your needs are, the Mercury Lighthouse has got someone for you. Except that lizard man. It didn't have anyone for him, and he died for it. We also find our first of many surprises here. Oh no! This unguarded treasure chest that required no effort to reach was in fact a mimic. Now, normally mimics make for a pretty tough fight. They've got access to a lot of powerful synergies, both harmful and debilitating. Unfortunately for him, Ivan has access to Paralyze. Through either an intimate knowledge of game mechanics or incredible luck, the mimic spends the entire fight stunned. The moment it's released from its suffering, Ivan's right there, ready to jump down its throat like my ex-wife when I'm late on child support payments, Rebecca. You'll get your blood money when you get it, Rebecca! With the mimic dead and its valuable water of life in hand, we head through this waterfall to find a hidden room with only a single chest. It contains a powerful new artifact, the Synergy Armor. Not only is it a great warrior chest plate, but it also increases the wearer's max synergy points by 10. That means stronger spells and more of them. For reasons that'll become clear in a bit, we'll put it on our top lad, Isaac. I take a second to distribute some of our restoratives before heading out. And we continue on our merry way. We have to make our way around this huge central room with our water jumping abilities. There's no real punishment for falling in, but it's a simple, enjoyable puzzle that gets your noggin jogging very lightly. A noggin power walk, you might say. A noggin evening ramble. These cuddles, as the game calls them, can poison our adepts, but unlike in Treachery, we have Mia. This is kind of like an unknown tidbit. Some did-you-know gaming style trivia, actually. But Mia's Cure Poison synergy can be used to cure the poison status on your party members. Keep that in mind for your own playthrough. More pipe rolling, more water diverting. At one point, we have to use the water pressure to push a statue we need into this hole on the ground so that we can push it onto a button downstairs. Lots of statues falling into holes in this game. The other puzzle allows water to reach a wall fountain, filling the room with the Mercury Lighthouse's magical water and letting us hop right on across. With this last one, we use more high-pressure nozzles to blast away part of the wall. Lord almighty, what kind of pressure must this be? I wonder if... Oh, neat. The wall actually reverts if you move the pipe again, so it must be some sort of spring-loaded mechanism. Cute detail. In this next room, a battery of waterfalls hides a delightful secret. A Mercury Genie, putting us at 2 across the board. He doesn't put up too much of a fight against our highly trained team of crack commandos, and goes down after we unleash our first 2 Gen summon, squaring off our Gen number to a respectable and round 8. We do a quick grinding sesh out in the hallway to bump Ivan and Mia's levels up to par with the rest of the team, and once our entire team is level 11, it's finally time to do some class changing. Unfortunately, that means that Mia won't be able to enjoy her new class of Officiant, and Ivan won't be able to employ his new Storm Ray synergy, but this will end up being much more interesting. For now, I'm sticking everyone with their opposing elements. There are a ton of class combinations we can make later, so we'll be mixing it up as we go through the game just for the sake of variety. Isaac, with his Jupiter Gen, goes from Knight to Practicant. HP takes a 16-point penalty to fuel his other stats, an indication of the class's more offensive role. Synergy points increase drastically, working together with his recently acquired Synergy armor to massively boost the power of his spells. Isaac hasn't only just become a spellcaster, however. His attack is increased even further, making him a true spellblade. His new spell list affords him a little more flexibility than his old one. He trades the Quake line of Synergy for the Jupiter Whirlwind line, of which he only has the first tier. He keeps Spire and Cure, but also inherits Ivan's Paralyze Synergy. Considering what it just did to that Mimic, I'm not complaining. Garrett's transformation from Soldier to Fair isn't entirely dissimilar to Isaac's class change. There's a general stat increase at the cost of HP, and the addition of support to a previously narrow synergy list. Garrett enjoys a good attack boost, and a slight boost to his speed. When it comes to his spell list, he's traded in his explosion-based synergies for the simply named Fire and Douse lines, and keeping guard while learning Ply for support. Like Isaac's new class, it'll become more interesting very soon, once a few more levels are gained and synergies are mastered. Yet again, poor Ivan gets the short end of the stick. His stats barely change in this form, with only a noticeable increase in HP and the same sort of decrease in synergy points and agility. What is interesting, however, is his new list of synergy. He drops all of his previous spells for a completely new set. Punishment is a brand new synergy line from Reloaded, a powerful single-target Jupiter spell. He shares Whirlwind and Cure with Isaac, but also has Gaia, the strongest line of Venus spells, and Delude. Delusion is less useful than Paralysis. It's basically like Blind. If an enemy has a powerful standard attack, we'll want to hit him with that, but otherwise, we won't be too interested in it. Hopefully, one of Ivan's future class changes will be a little kinder to his stats. Lastly, Mia has upgraded from Efficient to a shut-in. A hermit. Her newfound femceldom, along with spending all day on Tumblr and drawing characters with way too much leg hair, has given her a decent HP and attack boost, with minor boosts to everything else. She, of course, keeps her signature Ply, but also switches out her Ice and Frost synergy series for the powerful single-target Volcano, while Trench and Prism are both multi-target spells. Her list is rounded off with the Guard support synergy, which she shares with Garrett. These class changes treated her incredibly well. While we may have some concerns about her hygiene going forward, she'll still be a powerful member of the team. Switching everyone to their opposing element is a very simple, limited display of the class change mechanic, which is why we're doing it first. It'd also be possible to give everyone their symbiotic elements, which would have Isaac and Garrett, Ivan and Mia trading their Dujin with one another, which would basically give us 2 copies of each character with small differences. Later on, we'll get access to classes that even use 3 elements, which are really powerful in general. But for now, let's leave all that behind and jump back into the moment. There's some mystery cheeks that need clapping, and we have the wooden spoon. We're only a few rooms away from the end of the dungeon at this point, so let's do a couple more battles to get our party ready. And a couple more battles is in fact all it takes to get what we need. 2 new spells each for Isaac and Garrett. Isaac gets what many consider his signature spell, Ragnarok, in addition to Astral Blast, while the Big G gets Heat Wave and Cutting Edge. These synergies are special among others because they're elemental physical attacks, or as the community and the rest of this video calls them, EPAs. These synergies draw on the user's attack stat, essentially performing a normal attack, giving it an element, and multiplying its power. In the unmodified game, these are far and away the best synergies, aside from healing. And they're still pretty good here, honestly, really emphasizing that Spellblade archetype that Isaac and Garrett have slotted into really well. As a quick side note, while these first 4 EPAs are identical aside from which element they add to the attack, later ones have bonus effects, like lowering defense, and one of them even has a chance to instantly kill. We'll see some of those more interesting ones toward the end of the game. But with those new spells in our arsenal, we're ready to go. In retrospect, I probably would have been better off leveling Ivan and Mia up here as well, but to level with you here, I just forgot you can't go back after activating the reverse waterfall. Stepping into this room, the final room of the dungeon, you're prompted to honor the goddess of rainbows to be guided to the heavens upon wings of fluid grace. Flowery. All we need to do is use Ply on the statue, which will reverse the waterfall's flow, letting us ride it to the top of the lighthouse. Side note, I really like how Mia goes gracefully up the waterfall. Total confidence in the Mercury Lighthouse's magic, while Isaac flails in panic as the waterfall rushes him upward. Oh. Well, unfortunately for us, our foes have just lit the Mercury beacon. Our mission has failed, and Mia has a bit of a moment. However, we still have a chance to rescue our friends and stop this whole thing before it can really get started. Double, unfortunately, we didn't just happen to get the jump on the stragglers. Mystery Man Saturos is here and ready to kick our anime keisters while the weaker members of his group get away. Saturos is quite a bit stronger than Tret was, but we are also much stronger than we were back then. And we're also up a beautiful Miku-haired GF. Saturos mercifully only gets 1 attack a turn instead of 2 like Tret did, so we only have to weather a single assault per turn. Ivan and now Isaac with his new Jupiter gen are fast enough to move before Saturos, so we'll need to keep that in mind for healing. But we still have no way to heal more than 1 person at a time, which is the biggest, scariest problem. Saturos, as a Master Mars adept, has brutal synergies at his disposal. He has Fireball, which is the next level of Garrett's new fire synergy, and Eruption, which is a tier up from Mia's Volcano. Both of these hit like a Mack truck, and Eruption can hit 3 of our adepts, while Fireball can hit our entire party. This is not going to be easy. It's an all-out slugfest back and forth. We start off by tenderizing Saturos with Ragnarok, Cutting Edge, and Prism. Ivan is on healing duty for now, being the fastest. Punishment would actually do damn decent damage to Saturos, but we really need someone keeping the others on their feet. And so it goes, until our enemy starts using synergy back to back, finally dropping Mia. Thankfully, that water of life we got from the Mimic's battered corpse will do well in bringing her back. Except, Saturos isn't interested in allowing us to just bring back the adept he's weakest against, targeting and annihilating her the moment she's back on her feet. From that point on, we're down our newest member. Dutifully, Isaac and Ivan keep the healing coming, while Garrett unloads Cutting Edge after Cutting Edge. At one point, we even need to use our Psi Crystal from earlier in the dungeon to fully restore his PP so that he can continue. I have to take medicine to restore my PP too, so I can relate. After a few more turns of this, it becomes pretty clear that we're not going to be able to keep this up for long. Garrett forgoes Cutting Edge to start unleashing Mercury Gen. Viz brings him back up to full HP, then in the next turn, Sleet pelts Satiros with attack-lowering ice. With those Gen on standby, their combined power can summon Nereid, drenching the boss and weakening him enough for one final Ragnarok to finish him off. With that, we've defeated an extremely difficult boss and finished what I would consider the first major act of the game. Our team has grown both in size and strength since the beginning of the game, but we've still got a long way to go till the end. As we celebrate our surprise victory, Alex makes himself known, making sure Satiros gets away with the rest of their team. It turns out that Alex and Mia are from the same clan, and without Alex, Satiros and his mystery woman partner, Minardi, would never have been able to get into the lighthouse at all. Mia, enraged by Alex's betrayal and complete disregard for his duty, resolves to prevent any further lighthouses from being lit, and joins our party permanently, despite the fact that Emil was being held together by her slender hands. She explains, however, that now that the lighthouse has been lit, the healing waters of Hermes are flowing once again, and the people will be able to rely on it in her absence. That also means we can take it back to Tret, saving him, the forest, and the people of Kalima in one fell swoop. Before we leave, we stop by the Sanctum to revive Mia, and get treated to a cute little scene of her entrusting the village's healing needs to her apprentices, Megan and Justin. Good thing, too, because Mia's in need of healing herself now. We hop by the smithy to check in on their wares, and while the negative effects of identical old man disease have subsided, the long-term side effects are chronic. Shame. These two don't have too much for us, although we can replace Mia's traveler robe with an adept's clothes, and upgrade Isaac and Garrett's broadswords to broad axes. With that, we're on our way, leaving the wintry climes of Emil behind, stronger and bolder for our efforts. It's time to bring Tret back from the brink and put a stop to all these tree shenanigans. We stopped by Bilibin to take a rest, since I forgot to in Emil. Man, Tret really seemed like he was on death's door last time. I really hope all these rests don't end up taking too long, and... On our way to Tret, it seems Satiros' party has already been through here on their way to the next lighthouse. The trees that were previously stacked here have been scattered all over, and one of them is at risk of being washed away. Apparently, being a tree removes your immunity to move, because we can use it to drag the tree back to dry land. It telepathically thanks us, and we feel a little better about ourselves going forward. With the water of Hermes seeping into his roots, Tret makes a full and speedy recovery, not only restoring him, but bringing color back to the forest. He breaks his curse on the people of Kalima and gives us his thanks. Now that we've untreed everyone, we can do a lot of minor things in this area before moving on. First of all, we'll head back to Bilibin to rub it in kindly Lord McCoy's face that we were able to break the curse despite his command to stay away. On our way home, our earlier kindness in saving the tree from the river is immediately paid off, and this woman gives Isaac a very special gift. A hard nut! The hard nut is, of course, a permanent stat boosting item. It boosts defense, specifically. Generally, I use these to bolster members of the party, compensating for their weaknesses. We'll give this one to Ivan, to help him out a little. After Isaac catches his breath and cleans himself up, we're back on our way to be met with a hero's welcome in Bilibin. And indeed we are. Despite the brief scare with being put under arrest, it seems like everyone is overjoyed to have the curse broken. The guards have even been spreading the word that we're the ones responsible. Lord McCoy himself admits that he underestimated us, and treats us to a reward. Now, you only get to choose one of these 4 chests, but really, all of them are just high-end healing items. The 3 on the right are objectively better than the one on the left, but we're going to take the Water of Life. We need every revive we can get, and it'll be a while before anyone has access to a synergy version. Note, McCoy's wife is a gigantic bitch. Look at what she says when you mind read her, like, holy shit. Now, we're off to Kalima to meet the people whose houses we ransacked earlier. Aside from being happy to no longer be trees, for the most part, they really don't have too much to say. The fellow with the Ginny out back does say there's a secret in the middle of the forest, which, after a bit of thinking, I looked up. I really couldn't figure out what he was talking about on my own. It turns out, in the Japanese version of the script, this man refers more specifically to where this treasure can be found. And surprise, it's the turtle boots we picked up earlier. In this version, he merely mentions deep in the forest, which is entirely unhelpful. Mystery solved. We pop into the smithy to check their wares, and they actually have a lot of good stuff here. Synergy armor, like the set we found at the Mercury Lighthouse, is being sold here, as well as armware upgrades and new caster helmets. Unfortunately, even with all the money we brought home from a mill, we can only afford to give everyone but Garrett a set of gauntlets, which increases attack as well as defense. As a side note, our entire party is now level 12, which means the adepts with Cure now have Cure Well. It's much more expensive, but heals twice as much as the regular Cure. Nice. Confidence bolstered and new equipment clanking about, we're finally leaving this area and forging ahead, crossing Kalima Bridge into the unknown. The unknown is about 500 yards of nothing but bears and moles, followed by a cozy little Shaolin temple with a beautiful scenic waterfall. Amazing real estate here, seriously, wow. Now, Tret mentioned earlier when we saved him from certain vague old person death that our next stop was going to be an evil forest. We can see that right down here across the bridge, so let's see if these kindly kung fu monks have any advice or equipment for us before we tackle the next dungeon. Fuchin Falls, thankfully, not only has a wonderful view, but also a free respawning synergy stone that lets us fully heal our party at any time. Sick! After telling this poor Kalima villager that he can go home now that the bridge isn't being manned by a southern red oak, we learned from the monks that their master, Nyunpa, has started fasting. They're all really worried about him, I guess afraid he's going to do that self-mummification thing. None of them seem to be able to get through to him, and neither can we at first. However, after reaching out and touching the tips of our brains together, he wakes from his meditative state and seems to know exactly what's going on. He knows our quest and where we're headed, but warns us that the evil Mogul forest isn't easily traversed. He'll tell us the secret of getting through, but only if we can pass the test he puts all of his pupils through. Seems easy enough, since none of those chumps out there could even use mind read. Should go off without a hitch. We head on down to the waterfall and into Fuchin Falls Cave. This is definitely a breather dungeon after the Mercury Lighthouse, barely more than a few chambers with a couple puzzles, mostly concerning these strange squared-off logs that we can use to cross the water. The monsters here also aren't much to worry about, as our top-tier equipment and powerful synergy makes even the new version of the skeleton seem like a kissless virgin. There are a few dangerous foes here, however. This mimic, which employs a rather insidious strategy of spamming sleep while lowering our resistance and using Punji, a rare Venus synergy. There are a few touch-and-go moments here and there, since we don't get quite as lucky with stunning this time around, but we pull through eventually using our standard battle strategy, and get a rather disappointing game ticket as a reward. We get like 3 of these every time we go shopping. I will say though, having every member of our party capable of healing is fantastic. Really gets us out of some tight spots. The other adversary worth talking about is also our newest friend. Zephyr the Jupiter Jetty wants to play before coming along with us, and we oblige by destroying him with little trouble. Thankfully, it seems he was a little further behind the curve than the Mimic was. Zephyr's in-battle ability is to boost our party's agility, which is a rare skill, seeing as there aren't any synergies that do the same. If it comes to it, Zephyr will be useful in keeping our party alive against a speedy foe. Fuchin Falls also holds a couple more secrets, the first of which is the Arctic Blade. It's the most powerful weapon we've come upon, and it has a fairly decent unleash in Blizzard. Blizzard is almost identical to our Ginny Sleet, as well as Garrett's Cutting Edge synergy, albeit a touch weaker with the plus of being free. Like Sleet, it has a chance to lower attack as well, so it'll be nice when you don't feel like depleting Garrett's already unfortunately small pool of PP. After finding the Dragon's Eye crystal and popping it into this statue, it breathes fire to light up the room and reveal the hidden path over the spikes here. The invisible walkway leads us to the Orb of Force, the reason Yunpa sent us here. With the Orb of Force equipped, one of our adepts can use the Force synergy on the overworld, striking objects from afar. This will apparently be useful in frightening the monsters in Mogal Forest, at which point we can follow them to learn the correct path forward. Yunpa reveals that he's a filthy, stinking hippie, and we leave in fake surprise and disgust. Mogal Forest isn't a particularly difficult dungeon. It's basically Kalima Forest Redux, with more log rolling, this time mixed with stones that must be manipulated with move. As Nyunpa explained, we need to use our new force synergy on these hollow stumps here, which will make these little monkey nuts jump out and run away in the correct direction. Sometimes you'll get two little monkey nuts and they go in two different directions, and one will lead to treasure. Sometimes you'll get a bigger monkey that'll tear your face off. Apes are no joke, but the rest of the enemies here sort of are. Nothing particularly worrisome among their ranks. No, we'll be dealing with the real reason this dungeon is tough at the end. We'll cross that monkey when we come to it, though. For now, let's focus a little on the treasures we're finding here. This apple is much like the hard nut Isaac was given earlier, instead boosting attack. We'll give it to one of our main attackers, and Garrett is the one with the weaker stat. Enjoy a nice, refreshing crunch, my boy. Aside from the apple, there's the elven shirt, which is fantastic merely by the fact that it boosts the wearer's agility. Although Garrett could definitely also use the speed boost, Mia will be getting this upgrade for now. Last is a big one. Jinni are always a treat to find, and Quartz is no exception, but he's also very special. You see, Quartz' in-battle ability is to revive a party member. That is huge for this point in the game, because it means that he's essentially a battle-only Water of Life with a one-turn active cooldown. Party members dropping is no longer nearly as big of a deal with Quartz around, so bosses will be a lot less stressful. Although the Jinni synergy hits hard, we pull through as always with a proper rushdown. Finishing the battle with a Jupiter summon seems appropriate for such an occasion. While we're out collecting all of these lovely things, our adepts grow rapidly from all the fights, netting some levels and a new synergy for Isaac, Dull. This cuts a single foe's attack by a pretty significant amount, useful for bosses that tend toward physical attacks. With all that said and done, it's time for us to walk nonchalantly out of the forest, totally done with everything and definitely not about to fight the game's next boss. Oh, wait. The killer ape holds the Douse Drop, an item not unlike our Orb of Force that bestows a synergy. It seems he's become significantly bonded with it, however, as it's turned him completely blue and given him access to a lot of different synergies, like the damaging Drench and the crippling Bind, which completely locks an adept's synergy for several turns. Not only is Blue Ape Run here an adept, but he's also a giant fucking gorilla that will absolutely decimate party members with his special skill, Ransack. The visual alone is absolutely brutal. He has another monster skill called Warcry that has the miserable effect of stunning one of us in addition to doing good damage. All this combines to make a devastating boss that does not monkey around. This serial apist starts out by casting Debilitate, which slashes our party's defenses across the board. Not something we want, so Isaac uses his new Dull synergy to mitigate the extra damage and then some. We'll need to keep the killer ape's attack power as low as possible if we don't want Ransack to outright decimate Ivan or Mia if he chooses to attack them. I also have Ivan try to inflict him with Delusion, but to no avail. It's always a gamble trying to inflict bosses with ailments, since their luck is usually high enough to make them basically immune. But it was worth a shot. As usual, he gets 2 moves per turn, so I was hoping to make him waste a few. Hitting hard and moving twice is a recipe for a party wipe, so let's try and keep everyone topped up as usual. Extra super duper lucky for us, this guy takes his first turn before any of us can move. Joy. The first problem arises when Mia's synergy is sealed. Since this big blue banana is weak to fire, Her volcano synergy was instrumental in helping Garrett chip away at his health. That also means we're down a potential healer, and Mia can't really do much with her weapon at this point. Perhaps, mercifully, she's stunned at the beginning of the next turn, and spoiler alert, she's stunned for basically the entire fight. I have no idea if there's a max number of turns on this or what, but she's stunned for what feels like an eternity. Things get worse when, a turn or two later, Isaac is the next to be stunned. Losing another healer and damage source is horrible, especially since Isaac is also the one keeping Eddie the Yeti's attack at a reasonable level. As if the Reaper's bell itself chimes to remind us of how fleeting it all is, the Killer Ape's attack returns to normal at the end of the turn. Those 40 damage ransacks are about to become incredibly scary. Garrett and Ivan push on, and luckily the ape throws a punch at Garrett that misses, and uses synergy for his other turn. No big attacks yet. Isaac stands up while Mia stays down. We start to fall back on healing items to keep everyone up to snuff, except the unthinkable happens. First action, ransack on Isaac, shedding his mortal coil for him. We deploy quartz to stand him up again, but the monkey is ready, blasting us with a drench that knocks Garrett down to 7 HP, then leads the next turn with a war cry that puts him down for good. We can't use quartz again until he's set, so Garrett will have to stay on the ground for a minute while we juggle keeping everyone alive and keeping some modicum of damage going out. We get Garrett back up amidst a flurry of synergy and unsuccessful war cries, and against all odds, we get everyone to the point of safety. It's time to eat some corn and put a stop to this monkey jumping on the bed. Permanently. Mia uses an elixir from her inventory to unseal her synergy so we can go all out, and Isaac uses quartz on standby to perform a Venus summon. It's a no-holds-barred bloody cage match, and the hits never stop coming from either side. Thankfully, it seems we're steadily getting more and more confident in our footing, despite the constant bind spells and ransacks, and after Garrett unleashes a Mars summon, and Mia uses Forge to increase everyone's attack, Garrett queues up another one, only for Isaac to unleash one final banana slamma on this blue baboon, putting him down, netting us his, for now, mostly useless joust drop. Frankly, the Killer Ape made Satiros look like a joke. Normally, Satiros is a bit of a difficulty spike, with bosses after him not being quite as difficult, but Reloaded keeps that momentum going. We're gonna need to get a lot stronger if we want to keep our heads screwed on straight and our buttholes unravaged. We limp out of Mogol Forest and onto the overworld, where we're greeted by the wonderful news that apes are now regular enemy encounters. Joy! We can't possibly run fast enough to the next town, mercifully close. Name of Jean. Zion. There's little to talk about here, despite being another cozy little kung fu town. Our next Mercury Jenny awaits us on a cliff up above, forcing us to jostle the Wind Waker water-carrying girl so that she drops her water in exactly the right spot, which I did by complete accident on the first try. Gamer. Mist is this little fella's name, and he's friendly, so he comes right along without a fuss. Mist has a pretty powerful effect, and is another offensive Jinny, meaning we can more easily trigger the Jinny trick on enemies weak to Mercury. Mist's secondary effect, in addition to damage, is to put foes to sleep, so even if he doesn't kill something, there's always a chance he takes them out of the fight. Very nice. He gets stuck to Garrett, and we move on to check out the local smithy. There's not a lot to talk about here. We've seen most of it. We can afford the synergy armor and iron shield though, both for Garrett. We replace Ivan and Mia's lackluster headgear with silver circlets, and briefly consider buying Mia a locally made dress. The Chongshem can only be worn by her, and it's a fairly decent defense upgrade, but it has no passive effect otherwise. It can be used in battle to replicate the Siren's glowering skill and lower foes' attack. Considering we'd be giving up a good attack boost for a little more than a sexy dress for a woman who probably doesn't shave her armpits, we'll pass for now. Ironically, despite silk being this town's primary export, none of the silk clothes here are large enough upgrades to be worth buying. The weapons here aren't really up to snuff either, but we do switch out Ivan's iconic elven rapier for a normal battle rapier with much higher stats. Light blades give a boost to attack, defense, and agility in Reloaded, so it's always an easy choice to upgrade one when given the chance. We also buy Mia an artifact staff called the Blessed Ankh. This is the first artifact staff we've had, and they're much improved from the vanilla game, no longer relying on the caster's attack, since only casters can use them, and instead emulating a high-level synergy spell damage-wise. This also lets Mia's suck enemies' PP, so maybe she's changing her ways. Having finished our shopping after buying some extra elixirs, we move on to the Kung Fu school everyone keeps blabbering about. This next part quite nearly made me quit recording for the night. This stupid chi test they give you is so incredibly, annoyingly precise. I think I drained Ivan's entire PP supply using force over and over again. I was going absolutely bonkers here. Worst part is, every time you get it wrong, you have to watch a cutscene of the guy picking the log up and telling you you did a bad job. I was about to Ragnarok him directly into the afterlife. Finally, we managed to knock this dumbass log over just in time to witness a domestic dispute between Master Fe and his daughter. Purple-haired cutie here is worried about her boyfriend, Boo, and apparently was given the power of precognition by a synergy stone falling on her head. I'm alarmed that she wasn't instantly killed by it, but regardless, her dad insists that her multiple predictions proven correct are all coincidences. Feiji here insists that something bad has happened to her brofro, but Dad refuses to do anything about it, so she runs off on her own. Nobody seems that upset about it, except this one guy who tells Master Fe something he literally just watched happen with his own eyes. Master Fe shrugs it off and tells us a long story about how synergy and chi are two different things, because one comes from the mind and the other comes from the body. It's all very cool, believe me. We book it out of town after Feiji, and before anyone else tries to make us take any more kung fu tests. Strangely, Feiji hasn't left yet. Reading her mind reveals that she's waiting for someone to escort her, but we don't get the option to do it. We leave town and head north for a little treasure hunt. You see, there are some places in the overworld that are seemingly empty. Bridges leading to nowhere, little forests nestled off the beaten path. Always conspicuous looking, but never directly pointed out. There are 3 of these areas, and if you spend enough time walking around here, you'll run into a roaming Jinni. These guys are totally invisible, unlike other Jin, but they don't take long to trigger once you're in the right area. Corona jumps out of the woods to attack us, but we're ready for her. She doesn't manage to put up much of a fight against our elite group of teenage warriors, and before long we're at 3 Jin apiece for our adepts, 12 total. Corona's ability is not unlike Forge, although she increases the party's defense rather than their attack. Very useful keeping everyone alive, as enemies and bosses get more and more dangerous. From here, we're headed west, into the mountains. Our first stop is the Alpine Pass. Feiji pops up here, panicking at the sight of the landslide. She claims that she can't hear her boyfriend's voice, which worries her more than anything. Unfortunately, we can't do anything about any of these rocks, so we swap some Jinni around to get growth on Isaac and frost on Mia, then climb up here to get some Power Bread. Power Bread is another stat booster, like the apple and the nut, this time increasing HP. Mia is the most in need of this stat, so she shoves the entire loaf into her mouth like an animal, and we're off to Alton Peak. Alton is a very interesting place. It's half town, half dungeon, and that dungeon just so happens to be the longest and most difficult dungeon by a wide margin, at least so far. The cozy town here is truly a facade for an absolute testicle obliterator filled with puzzles and merciless monsters. Alton, as it is flooded by these hopping statues. We kill those, the water drains away some, and we unlock more of both the town and the dungeon. The living statues aren't particularly difficult enemies, but they give a lot of XP and money. They do have one blisteringly powerful move, however, in Water Breath. Funnily, this and all other breath moves in the original Golden Sun got mistranslated as blessings. As a kid, I thought it was a joke, like, yeah, your blessing is that you get reamed by a super powerful move. Before we get started with the brutal Alton Peak, I want to point out that this woman says her house is soaked with monster spit. Now, I know everyone else refers to this as water, and nobody else mentions it being anything but I choose to believe that this is all saliva. So just keep that in the back of your mind while we walk around and drain all of it. Imagine the smell. We head back to the inn to prepare for our delve into the next big challenge, and check in on the people of Alton who have taken refuge here. Everyone is antsy to get back to their homes, and this couple especially makes me laugh. The husband refuses to leave town. Couldn't even imagine it. He especially thinks Tolby, the huge population center not far away, is super overrated. Then you read his wife's mind and she's like, I can't wait to go to my favorite place, Tolby. Gave me a good laugh. Rested up and ready to go, we head south to catch one of the culprits of the saliva sea in the act. It bounds away into the cavern and we give chase. I love this little cutscene where you watch the statue use frost and hop around. If it can hop all the way up to the cliff, why doesn't it just do that instead of using frost and hopping over the ladder? Maybe it wants to be defeated? The people of the town do refer to them as their guardian statues, and they only recently started moving once the synergy stones rained from the sky, so maybe this is some sort of test. Regardless, this first area is incredibly, wildly simple in comparison to the rest of the dungeon. We enter combat with a living statue and make an extremely fun and exciting discovery. They are very, very weak to paralysis. Although the statue is capable of dangerous amounts of damage with its water breath, it isn't capable of a damn thing while it's paralyzed, and we managed to keep it as such for the entirety of the fight. Our attempts to Jenny trick it do fail, but the monster falls nonetheless, and the Loogie Lake begins to drain. Outside, we can use the newly uncovered dry ground to get to the next part of the dungeon. There's not much point in going to the inn just yet, but the general goods store is at least available. Nothing really entices us in there, so we dive back in for another round with the mines. This is where the dungeon begins in earnest, and the gimmick of this place is much, much different from all the log rolling and rock pushing we've done until now. There's a lot of using frost to make ice pillars to get around, as well as riding Donkey Kong style in these mine carts. I absolutely love this part. The carts ramping all over the place and they go so fast, it's like you're actually getting scarred by the second world of DKC-1. The enemies here in Alton Mines aren't slouches either. The next tier of spider and jellyfish live here, which means more status ailments. There are also these purple ratmen and the blue skeletons from Mogul, as well as the final and most powerful version of the slime monsters, the poisonous slime beast. Hopefully, we can kill it before it writes any overrated creepypastas. Worst of all, however, are the apes, which absolutely refuse to leave the enemy roster. These guys are still a pain to fight, but at least they give good EXP. The actual puzzle part of these Minecraft puzzles is figuring out which way you need to orient the track. Sometimes there are multiple correct answers, with some leading to treasure, so we'll need to keep our eyes open to avoid missing anything. This first one is extremely simple, however, and we only need to flip the switch and hop in to find ourselves at the next living statue. It tries and fails to put up a fight as we stunlock it yet again, reaping a tasty but unfortunately unenhanced reward of experience and cash. With another part of the town freed from the grip of this flood, we retreat outside and see the spoils of our victory. First, and most importantly, we've gained access to the Armorer. He has some valuable upgrades in the form of chainmail and chain hoods, which we can use to finally upgrade Isaac and Garrett's old open helms. Aside from that, however, there's not much else to be done, and I keep getting caught on this weird collision thing. Like, it keeps happening. Anyway, time to dive back in, albeit not before resting up at the inn. We check in on some of the other folks in town, one of which asks us to take it easy on the living statues. It seems like the older folks still revere them, even though they've gone awry. Unfortunately, we can't really do that, but what she doesn't know won't hurt her. Another long mine shaft and cart ride later, Isaac gains a level and learns a new synergy line, Weaken. This useful spell lets him cut the resistance of a single enemy by a pretty substantial amount. Because of the way resistance is used to calculate damage, it's difficult to say how much it is, but believe me when I say it's worth it. Shortly afterward, we're betrayed by yet another seemingly innocent treasure chest, and our third mimic battle begins. This guy is definitely the strongest one yet. He uses Enfeeble, the upper tier version of the Weaken spell we just learned, in combination with an array of powerful Jupiter synergies like Storm Ray and Wind Slash to decimate our party. Though he's able to knock Garrett down, we quickly paralyze him in retaliation so we can get our footing. As Garrett stands up, the Mimic shakes off the paralysis and prepares to attack again. Unfortunately for it, Garrett unleashes his newest Jenny, Mist, striking a deadly blow that nets us a boosted reward. Now that we're hitting the mid-game, the differences between this and the base game are becoming more obvious. Fights are no longer chores, but challenges, and victories feel much better for it. The actual combat matches intensity with the visuals now. I seriously love this hack. That mimic wasn't the end of our troubles, unfortunately. We're back into the game with more minecart puzzles. Running up and down the tracks gives the tough enemies here plenty of room to jump us, so we've got to pick our battles unless we want to end up worn out by the time we reach the next living statue. Although we've had little trouble with them so far, it's impossible to tell when the game will royally screw us with a paralyze failure. Freezing this pillar, we double-check the track orientation. Turns out we were headed toward the exit rather than the treasure. Quick flip of the switch, and we're back on our way, finding a dragon shield at the end of the tracks. This scaly shield increases an adept's resistance to fire. But after calculating the stat changes, I decided to replace Garrett's iron shield with it, rather than to take Isaac's gauntlets away. That attack boost is just too good to give up on just yet. Garrett becoming near immune to Mars damage will come in handy in the future, I'm sure. We ride the cart in the other direction, and we're at our mark, another living statue. We engage, and despite our fears, paralyze it for another beatdown. I'm so cocky at this point, I even stall a little to ensure we get a better reward with me as Mars Jenny. The massive experience boost afterwards rivals boss drops, so needless to say it was worth the risk. With that, Alton is dry, but our journey is far from over. Outside, most people have returned to their homes, but an apprehension hangs in the air. A few people mention a passage deep in the mines, something we could use to get past the rock slide in the pass. There's also this lady who is the absolute best. When you talk to her, she tells us she's opposed to violence, despite jokingly encouraging us to kill the monsters flooding the town. If you read her mind, she's fantasizing about killing them herself. Sometimes there's really lovable bits of character in this game, even with the flawed translation. We've also unlocked the weaponsmith, who has a great new sword for Isaac and Garrett, the Claymore. It costs a whopping 4,000 gold, but the attack boost is nothing to scoff at. Although Garrett could use the upgrade too, I decided to stick him with his Arctic Blade for a little longer, instead buying Mia a new artifact staff, the Psychic Rod. This weapon's unleash is Siphon Seal, a powerful Jupiter attack with a high chance of sealing a foe's synergy, just like the Killer Ape could do. Even if unreliable, it'll still be nice when it happens. Our wallet may be lighter, but we're bolder for it, as we march into the final pit of the Alton mine, hopefully not about to die horribly. The final stretch of the dungeon is the hardest yet. Even rested from the inn, we're assaulted from all sides by monsters, like a Japanese woman on a train. The walk up to the actual dungeon part is longer than ever, so I diplomatically choose to retreat from a few battles to conserve our strength. Once we reach the main room, we're tasked with flipping more switches and freezing more puddles, but the monsters aren't getting any less violent. Thankfully, there's a spot of hope when Isaac finally hits level 17 and we spy a Mercury Jenny up on a cliff. That would make our first, 4th Jenny on an adept, meaning someone's class rank would go up again. In our current configuration, that'd be Garrett, but we might think it over later. We finally make our way over to the Jenny and engage it. We actually successfully put it to sleep during the fight, though it doesn't make too much of a difference in the end. It seems these Gen aren't quite caught up with us in terms of strength yet, but we might be surprised by them in the future if we're unlucky. Spritz joins Garrett, giving him his class change from fair to virtuous. along with its ability to heal our entire party at once when unleashed. This is our first party heal, which is a big step for us, although on a Jinni it's far less useful than a synergy spell. Still, becoming a Virtuous increases Garrett's stats by a good deal, as well as allowing him to use the upgraded version of Guard, Protect. It increases the defense of our entire team at once, though the efficacy is lower in exchange. With the Jinni in hand, we're ready to continue further into the mine, and after walking through these lonely mine shafts, we come to this weirdly out-of-place sign. Seriously, it looks like it comes from a different game, and you never see another sign like this in either of the GBA games. Anyway, it says this log is a support beam, and we have to watch for falling rocks. Wisely, I knock over the log in .58 presses, but TJ Henry Boulder takes issue. Thankfully, Isaac has been building up speed for the duration of the cutscene and is able to take advantage of it to get the out of there before the party is turned into paste. Fun fact, if you don't have the Orb of Force, which is skippable if you brute force your way through Mogal Forest, Garrett will knock the log over in anger over this being a dead end. Nice touch, so room temperature IQ little Jimmy doesn't have to turn around and walk all the way back to Fuchin Falls Temple. Anyway, that boulder left a gigantic hole in the floor, with the minecart track forming a convenient ladder. It's down here that we find the final living statue, called the Hydros statue. This thing absolutely does not fool around. It kills you. It kills you in real life. It finds out where you live, learns your schedule, and kills you when you get home from work. It gets away with it too, because it's a video game character. You can't arrest a copy of Golden Sun, even if it is hacked. The Hydros statue is overwhelmingly powerful. It gets 2 moves per turn, as per the contract, and has a short and sweet move list. Froth Sphere, a powerful Mercury synergy, Water Breath, the same one that even the regular statues could use to wreck ass, and worst of all, Fly Well. That's right, this thing can heal itself. Not just heal itself, but heal itself for a lot. Plywell heals 250 HP on a bad day. I'll just go ahead and cut to the chase here. He destroys us. It's an uphill battle from the get-go, and the combination of Water Breath and Froth Sphere is unbelievably brutal. We spend more turns healing than dealing damage, which gives him even more time to damage us and heal himself. He takes us out like the kitchen trash after fish night. Within 5 turns, we're struggling to keep our adepts alive, and before long, we lose our 2 members capable of reviving the others. It's over after that. With a heavy heart, we accept defeat, and the world goes dark. In every anime protagonist, however, there beats the heart of courage and perseverance. Like our Lord Jesus Christ, Isaac and his companions rise from the grave, a little worse for the wear, but alive and ready for a rematch. We're going to need to alter our strategy, however. During that fight, we spent more time spreading out dinky heals to everyone than actually fighting. The majority of our damage was also being done by Garrett, while everyone else could barely break 50 HP a turn. We need to reorganize our gen and get a little training in. First things first, let's get Garrett that Claymore. The Arctic Blade isn't going to do us any favors against this guy, so I'd rather have the highest attack possible. Second, let's get everyone leveled up. Isaac is at 17, while everyone else is sitting at 16. Our goal is 18 across the board, so let's get grinding. I play around a little with our Jin during the mini battles off screen, until I find the perfect setup for our team. It isn't long before we see that beautiful level 18 on everyone's stat pages, so it's time to put those Jin into position. We're going to use a temporary Jin layout here. I'm not quite ready to totally switch everyone's classes for good just yet, so we'll switch back after the fight. We're going to pool our Venus and Mars Jin on Isaac and Garrett, albeit in reverse. This will make both of them ruffians, giving them near identical stats and actually identical synergy loadouts. Ruffians specialize in extremely high damage at the cost of agility and synergy points, but the real star of the show here is Planet Diver, a powerful elemental physical attack that both of them can use. Garrett, unfortunately, suffers from a big stat drop since he's going from a 4-gen class to 2. On the other hand, Ivan and Mia will be getting the same treatment. Jupiter and Mercury are complementary elements just like Venus and Mars are, so their stats and synergy will be nearly identical, although Ivan's extra Mercury Genie is the crux of this whole strategy. Becoming a scholar rather than a researcher nets him the powerful healing synergy Wish. Wish restores 80 HP to the entire party at once, at the cost of a load of PP. But being able to cast a slightly better cure on the whole party is more than worth it. With Wish on our side, healing will be far more manageable, so Isaac and Garrett can focus on dropping planet divers while Ivan and Mia run support. Mia unfortunately doesn't have any healing, but she does have Ward and Dull for raising our resistance and lowering the enemy's attack. Nothing spectacular, but it's better than nothing. Leveled up and classed out, it's time to get some revenge on that Hydros statue. On the way back down to him, Planet Diver already makes its worth known by blasting apes with over 100 HP worth of damage. My only concern is that one Wish user isn't going to be enough, but honestly we really don't have much of a choice. Wish is only learned by 4 gen classes and up, so we can only ever have one person with it at once. We'll need to keep Ivan healthy and speedy to ensure the party stays alive. Now, here we are. Big Hydros. Time to see how this all pans out. This fight is probably going to be a steady rhythm the whole way through. Isaac and Garrett use Planet Diver, Ivan uses Wish, and Mia supports however she can. Mia uses her new Resist spell to bolster us against the coming storm. And come it does. The statue wastes no time dropping Froth Spheres on us, as well as a new move, Break. Break resets all stats to normal, so he must not like Mia buffing us up. No matter, every break is a turn he spends not pounding us to mud. Isaac and Garrett aren't wasting any time though. Almost exactly 200 damage a turn from the two of them. We're on a much better click than last time. Unfortunately, neither of them have much as far as PP reserves go, so it isn't long before they're both wearing thin. Ivan keeps everyone topped up on HP as time goes on, with Mia warding and using healing items as necessary. We finally reach the point that the Hydros statue wears itself out. Spamming Break, Plywell, and Frostsphere have taken its toll, and its PP has also gone completely dry. While this seems like a good thing, it's actually very dangerous. Monster skills like Water Breath don't cost any PP, so basically every action this thing does is blasting us with a fire hose. Mia uses a Psy Crystal to refill Ivan's own PP so that he can keep us healed, but Water Breath is so shatteringly powerful that Wish alone may not be enough. Just as it looks like we may break under the pressure, Garrett strikes true, annihilating the cursed statue and bringing an end to the terror in Alton. In the statue's place remains a chest containing the lifting gem. It's time for Mia to get swollen. Lift is a utility synergy of the Mercury element that lets us lift large boulders up and out of the way. We've already seen a couple of these lift boulders, so we'll go back to check them out after we get everyone rested up at the inn. I pop our gin back into place and head back into the mines for a quick cleanup. Oh, look, we learned a couple spells for our other classes while we were changed for the boss. Tornado is the long-awaited upgrade to Whirlwind, over tripling its base damage and massively increasing its range. Both Isaac and Ivan get access to this monster, which is extra nice. After wandering around like an idiot for ages, I finally found the boulder I'm looking for, which hides what must be the most disgustingly stale cookie of all time. Regardless of how inedible it is, cookies increase an Adept's max PP, which means it's definitely going toward one of our casters to make them even better at it. Eventually, it's decided that Ivan will get this cookie. Don't worry, Mia, you'll get the next one. Now, to finally say goodbye to Alton. This other boulder has been blocking the way out, but now that Mia has been obsessively browsing Fit instead of Tumblr, rocks are no match for her incredible upper body strength. After yet another boulder, we're out on the world map, and we go back into the past real quick after we remember our purple-haired friend, Faisy. Sure enough, her boyfriend is here, smashed like roadkill under a fortunately liftable boulder. We can't get to him just yet, so let's leave him to his fate and head off in the other direction, to Lama Temple. This is the final Oriental town in the game, and it's fairly small, although there's something very important here that we need. This guy says the dude next to him is thinking impure thoughts. What kind of filthy pervert are we dealing with here? Oh, well, come on. The guy just needs a McDouble. This game even came out back when the dollar menu was a thing. Let the man eat. We grab this synergy stone to fix everyone up and head into the main building. Master Hama is another purple-haired lady who seems a lot more knowledgeable about this whole synergy thing than the other kooks we've met recently. She seems real focused on Ivan, and we find out it's because she foresaw our arrival and has been waiting to teach him something very important. That being something that is allegedly better than the power of precognition, which Ivan already apparently also has, but can't use. The ability in question is Reveal, the ability to see the unseen, like the Lens of Truth in Ocarina. She's a bit uneasy of her ability to pass it down to Ivan, but Feiji busts in to tell her that she passed down her ability of precognition just fine. She teaches Ivan the Reveal synergy before running off with the purple-haired girl to give her a hand with the whole smashed boyfriend thing. Then our party delegates on where to go next. Garrett thinks we should follow after Felix and the others, while Mia wants to go help Feiji and Hama with their rock troubles. Obviously, we're going to do the one that lets us see all the content in the game, so let's get going. Unseen truths, huh? Whoa. The Alpine Pass now surrenders its secrets to us as we use Reveal to get to the, surprisingly chubby Shu. I guess I was picturing a more strapping young man. Anyway, after a whole lot of talking and accidental button presses, we lift the boulder off of him and they pull the guy free. They're really acting like Isaac and Mia are struggling to keep this boulder aloft, but we don't really have any agency over it once it's in the air. It just kind of floats. Either way, Feiji drags Doughboy to safety and gets her dad to send his warriors to clean up the rock slide. Nice. Now, if we want to go back through here, we can just walk on through. With that, it's back to work, although Ivan is still bugged by the way Hama spoke to him earlier. Spoiler alert, they're brother and sister. He finally decides to drop it, and we head onward to the absolute nightmare that is our next dungeon, the Lamakan Desert. According to Master Hama, this place is an evil desert just like Mogal was an evil forest, and for that reason, it's hot as hell. Seriously, between the music and this visual effect, you can feel the heat here. As long as you're walking on the sand, this meter on the left fills up. If it hits the top, our entire party takes massive damage from heat stroke. The rocky parts here are safe, but we can't stay on them forever. So instead, we need to use Reveal on these rock circles to uncover oases pools. We need to find these pools that reset our heat gauge and let us keep exploring. Fortunately, the enemies here aren't too awfully tough after everything we've been through, so our main problem is managing our heat and not letting everyone's brains boil. Pig. Sometimes these rock circles contain other stuff, like synergy stones, chests, or antlion pits. The antlions look scary, but they turn out to be good sources of experience for fairly little risk. Mia's synergy rod ends up sealing their synergy more often than not, interrupting whatever Mars synergy they were about to cast and giving us a free turn for Garrett to blast them with his Mercury Genie for maximum experience. Early on, we find the stellar Vulcan Axe, a pure Mars weapon with a wonderfully simple unleash: Explosion. That's it. It just explodes for 1.7 times damage, and we love that. We suffer a couple bouts of heat stroke before finally finding the main part of the desert. It's time to wander for 40 years. There's a lot of treasure here, like a lucky pepper, which lets us increase an adept's luck, and another Jupiter Genie. We haven't talked much about luck, primarily because it changes very little and only affects status ailments. In vanilla Golden Sun, a character's luck is entirely determined by their class and base stats. It doesn't change when it levels up. Each character has a fixed luck stat whenever they join that's only changed by the multipliers classes put on the rest of their stats. So really, each character is blessed or cursed with good or bad luck, and that never changes, except with Lucky Pepper. In Reloaded, luck levels up every once in a while, meaning your characters naturally become more resistant to status ailments as time goes on. I like it better, but you don't really notice unless you're really familiar with the game. Speaking of that Jupiter Jenny, here he finally is. Smog joins our party without a fight, I suppose because he's just as ready to get out of here as we are. His ability is to unleash a powerful blow that inflicts delusion on foes, which is mostly just useful as another way to trigger the Jenny trick. With this Jenny, Isaac's class changes from Practicant to Psionicist. Although he doesn't get any new synergy, his stats get a hearty boost that can't be scoffed at. As we leave, Garrett levels up and learns a powerful new synergy, Raise. Raise is a new Mars version of the original Revival synergy, Revive, and is functionally identical, but regardless of all that, holy moly, we just got a Revive spell. That is huge. Sanctums just lost a big source of income. We finally get tired of wandering and book it out of the main desert, and into this last area, a place full of rushing sand falls and rocky cliffs. Thankfully, the heat is much less of a hazard here, so it's mostly just the rabble we have to deal with. We pick up another stat boosting item, a mint, which boosts agility, and give it to Mia, along with giving that Lucky Pepper from earlier to Isaac. The faster our casters are, the better, despite the fact that Garrett's speed is still the lowest. Just north of this mint is the end of the dungeon, guarded by this scary guy. The Manticore is the next in the line of bosses, ready to completely blister our rear ends with its big, strong, calloused, firm hands. The murder spell of choice this battle is Nova, a more powerful version of the Starburst synergy Garrett used to use. The Manticore loves spamming Nova, even more than the Hydros statue did Froth Sphere, and it doesn't exactly feel good. As most bosses go these days, he gets 2 moves a turn, and most of those he chooses to cast Nova twice. I can't really overstate how much this guy is just all about using Nova. The Manticore does have other abilities, thankfully, though none of them are any more fun to get hit by. Poison Sting is a powerful monster skill that inflicts deadly poison, sometimes called Venom in-game, that does tons of damage each turn. Lucid Prophecy is another monster skill, this one non-damaging but dangerous all the same. It inflicts the Death Curse status, which puts the adept on a countdown until they're instantly killed. In the base game, this is an absolutely bafflingly long 7 turns, but in Reloaded it's down to 4, which honestly I think is still a little high, but I'm not going to look a gift horse in the mouth when the bosses are this hard. This pretty much goes like all of our other fights have so far, but it's becoming more obvious than ever that Ivan and Mia are lagging behind due to their low HP, requiring that they heal themselves every single turn. We'll have to address this before long, since dead weight is a surefire way to get us killed, as bosses only become more difficult from here. As these fights usually do, it starts to get more desperate on both ends toward the finale. Our side's HP and resources are flagging, while the Manticore has run out of PP and is now spamming monster skills. In a spectacular fashion, Garrett slowly builds up Jen on standby, then ends the fight with the strongest Mercury summon available in Golden Sun, Boreas. A gigantic robotic ice maker makes a snow cone on our enemy, then shoots it with a laser. Really, just wonderful. No complaints. I suppose now is as good a time as any to discuss the summon changes. In the base game, entering a battle with all your Jinn already on standby, then immediately dropping the strongest summons on the enemy is by far the most powerful strategy in the game, to the point that it kinda makes bosses a joke. In Reloaded, summons are on a timer, meaning you can use 3 Jinn summons on turn 2, 4 Jinn summons on turn 3, and that's where it stops in the first game. Since having Jinn on standby and not equipped means you're forgoing all of their stat boosts and class changes, It's essentially suicide to try and wait out the timer with everything already prepped. I never really cared for summon rushing myself. After all, you'll notice it's taken me this long to cover such a large change, and it wasn't even relevant to the previous fight. I'm sure some people out there won't care for it. To each their own, I suppose. With the Manticore thoroughly owned and Lamakin Desert complete, we emerge onto the world map once more. There are a million things to do out here now, so it's easy to get a bit of choice paralysis. But the closest point of interest is this small island. Look fishy? It is. A Venus Jenny lives here, and we're gonna snag him. The overworld enemies don't put up much of a fight, and neither does Vine when we finally find him. Shame about your website, man. Sorry about your loss, really. Vine is interesting among Gen. In the base game, he simply lowers their agility, but in this, Vine's ability is the same, but with damage added to it. Which means technically, you could do a Gen trick on every single enemy in the fight, if they were all weak to Venus. More importantly though, he bumps Ivan up in the class rankings. He goes from Haruspex to Diviner, with no changes to synergy but a massive boost to his stats, including a nearly 50-point boost to HP. Not too shabby, especially for the king of needing to heal himself every turn so he doesn't die horribly. With Vine in tow, we can make tracks for the next town in our journey, Ivan's hometown, Calais. Calay's a bumpin' little town with a main drag that's not unlike a bazaar, appropriate for being run by a trade master like Hammett. The shops all have their stalls outdoors, and the buildings are built unlike any we've seen yet. Like I said, this is where Ivan comes from, and where his master, Lord Hammett, rules with a light hand and a heavy purse. We stop in at the end to heal our party after the run-in with the Manticore, only to find a large tour group headed to Tolby, a town further down the road and across the sea. It seems Colosso starts soon, a festival centered around a gladiatorial arena. Sounds like a lot of fun. We take a rest before continuing to explore all of our new surroundings. First and foremost, there's somewhere important we have to go. Up on these cliffs on the edge of town, there's a statue that can be pushed aside to reveal an entrance to the Calais Tunnel. Calais Tunnel isn't quite a dungeon. There are no enemies and no real puzzles, just treasure to be found. We can't get much of it yet, but we can shove this statue in front of this sewage outlet to drain the pool, allowing us access to Scorch, the Mars Ginny. I'm sure that the people of Calais will appreciate their newly backed up sewage system, and will tell their grandchildren about the one time that they walked ankle deep in their own waste. Scorch is yet another freebie, coming along without a fight and attaching himself to Mia. That gives us around 4 Jin per adept, and 16 total. This is where I'd plan to do the next permanent class change, but I think we'll wait until everyone hits level 20. Just so we can see them all on equal footing, of course. Scorch's power is a good one, an intensely strong blow in combat that stuns foes. Not only another offensive Jin, but a very useful one. Let's head back outside, since all the other treasures are still locked up at this point. We'll visit the shops and see if there's any good equipment upgrades. The armorer doesn't have too much, but we can replace Ivan and Mia's bracelets with heavy armlets, giving them a solid defense boost, as well as giving Ivan a jerkin in place of his fur coat, which has finally run out of usefulness. The weaponsmith has little on offer as well, but a new rod for Mia won't be turned down, especially when it's on theme. The Frost Wand's Unleash Frostbite is very powerful, with yet another chance to stun, and it boosts the power of her Mercury synergy passively. Before we take a look around outside town, let's take Ivan home to talk to Hammett's wife, Layana. She's extremely worried about her husband, who's still in the clutches of the Lunpa thieves, despite the ransom money they sent out. She gives Ivan some info about his origins, revealing that he's from a distant land, sent with Hammett to fulfill the prophecy that everyone seems to be talking about. The Shaman's Rod, specifically, is needed to fulfill that prophecy, which is why it's so important to him. Unfortunately, the item that the Shaman's Rod was meant to help locate was never found, and now we're especially SOL with Hammett out of the picture. Looks like we'll be taking a trip to Lunpa soon to clean out that rat's nest and save Ivan's adopted dad. For now, however, it's time to head to the north and do some exploring. We catch the tour group on their way out as we leave, but we'll keep them in mind for later. Calais is actually directly south of Vault, and now that we're on this side, someone has fixed the bridge, meaning we can return to the earliest point of the game and check in on everything. Vale and Vault both have their secrets, and there are also some valuable items to be found in places like Bilibin and Kalima, so we've got a lot of optional errands to do. Let's head to Vault first, where we find out that the bandits we defeated back near the beginning have escaped their cell, but people don't really seem to care. Remember that bell we rang ages ago, scaring a Ginny out of the tree and onto a ledge? Well, now we can finally get to it. We'll have to bribe this dog with a bone from the inn first, but then he tells us something is buried here, and using Reveal opens the entrance to Vault Cave. Vault Cave is a short little dungeon with a couple of unique puzzles that involve pushing burning pillars past water droplets, timing it so they aren't put out. The enemies here are nothing to be afraid of, but shit. This Mimic is another Jupiter user, hitting us with more tornadoes than a trailer park in the Midwest. Unlike the other enemies here, it's actually a force to be reckoned with, and we need to use caution if we're not going to get devoured. It drops Ivan, but now that Garrett and Mia are walking around with Rays, we have nothing to fear. With a little more caution, we continue the battle until it falls to Ragnarok, leveling Isaac up to 20 and netting him a badass new synergy, the upgraded version of Spire. Clay Spire not only has wickedly high attack power, but it also hits multiple targets. As our first adept at level 20, Isaac makes a powerful showing, so we move forward with confidence, ready to stomp the pathetic monsters of Vault Cave into the dirt. The only thing of note here, aside from the Jenny, is this Vambrace, armware for warriors that increases attack, not unlike the Gauntlet. It's a defense downgrade for Garrett, who's still sporting the Dragon Shield, so we give it to Isaac, who enjoys both of the stat increases. A few ice sculptures and leaky ceilings later, we emerge out into Vault yet again, right next to Sap, our next Venus Ginny, and the first one to make an Adept's count 5. To my surprise, it actually changes Ivan's class again, this time to Clairvoyant, an even bigger stat boost, albeit with no synergy changes yet again. I know that some changes were made to the gen distribution for classes, since in the original, certain distributions left you with strange, seemingly detrimental classes that were simply worse versions of other ones. So this quick double rank increase must have something to do with that. Or maybe it's just vanilla and I don't remember very well. We grab a mint that we missed from the inn here, give it to Mia again, and head toward Vale. In Vale, everyone is happy to see Isaac and Garrett, but they're a bit apprehensive talking to Isaac about his mother. Apparently, she's become sick with worry, laid up in bed and being cared for by the innkeeper. Before heading up to see her, Ivan uncovers this small cave containing a power bread, which we also give to Mia, then it's off to Mom's house. She's surprised to see Isaac, and a little rough with him, claiming he broke a promise to not return until his task was done. Seeing his worry for her, she gets up out of bed. And reading her mind reveals that she's incredibly happy to see him. Sweet. We also drop Garrett by his house to visit his large family, who are much more open with how much they've missed him. Grandpa gets weird for a minute, and we hightail it out of there for Vale's real treasure. No, it wasn't the family or the friends we made along the way. At the very beginning of the game, you pass by this gate with a boulder smashed into it. Now that Mia can bench and or squat it, we can explore the area beyond before this kid can get his grubby little mitts on the treasure. Vale Cave is really more of the same, with easy enemies and light puzzling for treasure. This circle here reinforces what we already know. Circles of objects always have something invisible in the middle. This applies to real life too, so be sure to check every chance you get. These squared off floating logs return too, and we even get some good old-fashioned log rolling in. I actually like how you have to make a track for this third log to roll to the end here. Wish there were more little subversions of puzzles like this, even if it is simple. Once we've hopped and moved and revealed our way to the end of this little dungeon, we find a chest that would have, in any other dimension, been another Mimic. Instead, it contains a new and unique field synergy item, the Halt Gem. Halt allows our adepts to freeze moving objects and creatures in place on the overworld. A painfully underutilized skill, unfortunately. I suppose it makes sense, since it is completely optional, but still, would have loved to see this come up more. This Ginny, Kite, is our halt test, as it mirrors our movements completely. I had way too much fun with this bit. After finally getting bored and halting the poor guy, he comes with us without so much as a fight. I'm actually kind of starting to miss the Jenny fights. Now, Kite has a very powerful and very unique ability. He lets you give your turn to someone else. Whoever is on the receiving end of the effect gets 2 actions the next turn, giving you a tiny taste of that boss BS. This can be very powerful when used properly, and the effect is completely unique to Kite, even in the sequel. He's really good at letting you take advantage of enemies' elemental weaknesses. Let's take him along, and just like Ivan, Isaac sees another class change right away. Psionicist becomes Spellblade, another big stat boost for Isaac, and a reminder of just how powerful we're getting. I'm looking forward to our next challenge, to see how we fare against something our own size. Before we get back on track, however, we've got some work to do first. On our first trip through Weird, I missed a lot of useful stuff. Let's do a quick run-through. Bilibin has another hard nut for us in the house between the 2 shops, which goes to Mia, like the others have. It may seem like we're pumping her up a lot, and we are, but I'm trying to alleviate the spend every turn healing herself problem. Ivan will get this in his due time as well. Wintry Emil has another lucky pepper for us on the in-stove, which goes to Isaac to reinforce him against stun and sleep. We also stop in Bilibin Cave to use Reveal, uncovering a path to a Water of Life and a Psi Crystal. You never know when you might need things that you discounted earlier. Our last stop is Kalima Village, where these barrels behind the weapon shop hide an apple, which goes right to Garrett to boost his attack up to Isaac's level. On our way back to Calais, we stop in Lunpa again to scope it out. With Mia's Frost, we can force the gate open and figure out just what's going on in there. It seems that, since Hammett got captured, town's ruler, Dodonpa, has got the place on total lockdown. Nobody in or out. The locals are obviously none too pleased with this, but it seems like at the moment there's little we can do. The shops aren't open, and the biggest secret in town seems to be where somebody stashed their crap items. Dejected, we leave, ready to return when we can make some headway. With a few more battles, we're finally back to Calais, and with everyone at level 20, it's finally time to switch classes again. Isaac will be taking Garrett's Mercury Gen, making him into a Valiant, a support-heavy Paladin-type class. Though he's losing a rank in overall class, making it look like a downgrade, once he gets back up there, he'll be better off for it. Even with the drop in rank, his defense still goes up, and it's easy to see that his HP will also be significantly increased. Isaac's synergy leans much heavier on healing and support in this class, leaving him with only 2 damaging synergies for now, but with his high attack, he won't need to rely on them to do damage. Wish is always a solid option, while Revive, Cure Poison, and Restore make him the bane of enemies who want to play games rather than fight. Garrett, on the other hand, takes Ivan's Venus Gen, and takes his place as a Berserker, the next stage of Ruffian, which we used against the Hydros statue. With sky-high HP and attack, Garrett also has synergies for many different situations. His elemental physical attacks will crush tough enemies. Mad Growth and Mad Blast, while weak, help him clean up the rabble. Courage boosts the entire party's attack, and he can even focus down one foe with Impair, cutting their defense to make his attacks even more devastating. To round out the batch, we have Poison and Haunt, 2 status-inflicting synergies that can tilt long battles in our favor. Garrett's raw strength and versatility will be extremely valuable in the battles to come. Ivan takes on Mia's Mars Gen to become a cultist, an unfortunate downgrade for now, but at least his attack went up a little. Like Garrett, Ivan has access to a bevy of varied synergies, not least of which are very powerful offensive spells. Storm Ray and Plasma are familiar to him from his base class, and while Volcano is lacking in power and range for now, once it becomes Eruption, it'll be devastating. Debilitate, Weaken, Paralyze, and Bind are all appropriate spells for a cultist, ensuring that enemies subjected to Ivan are sure to suffer more than just his sermons. Weaken is always a powerful synergy, letting us do more damage to anything without having to worry about them using Break, while Paralyze has already shown its usefulness previously. Bind is a new one, a more reliable way to seal an enemy's synergy than Mia's Rod, which may be useful or not, depending on how much we like a foe's monster skills instead of their synergy. Finally, Mia is left with Isaac's Jupiter gem, returning her to her class from the battle with the Hydros statue, or at least a higher version of it, Savant. While her offensive options are limited, they're also very strong, and her access to Wish makes her a valuable asset alongside Isaac. Dull, Resist, and Sleep all work toward making enemies less dangerous, and her colossal boosts to PP and Agility ensure those synergies come out fast, often, and strong. While not a flashy change like Garrett, Savant will definitely serve us well, eccentricities and all. As one last measure against Ivan and Mia being the more fragile members of our team, I rearrange our party order, which is something I always forget you can actually do. We put Ivan and Mia on the ends, where it'll be more difficult for enemies to hit both of them at once. Now that all the optional content we can do for now is done, our team is renewed, reclassed, and it's time to press forward. That means tracking down that group of tourists from earlier, since Tolby is also our next stop. Just south of Calais is a mountain pass that leads to the Calais docks, where we can book a ride across the Caragol Sea. Seems like inflation is hitting weird too, because everyone here is talking about how expensive tickets have gotten. Apparently, since Mount Aleph erupted, the Caragol has become infested with monsters, to the point that ships are being attacked, and there are even worries that the replacement ship for this one, currently at dock, has been sunk outright. Damn, that is a lot of people dead. Thankfully, despite all that, the captain can't afford to halt the journey entirely, since there are so many paying passengers in the tour group. We hop on into the office and talk to the lady at the desk for our tickets, which are only 150 coins apiece. Expensive for the peasantry, maybe? But the military class is absolutely loaded. I'm pretty sure that we could buy everyone out there a ticket several times over. Unfortunately, there's no option to do so, so we can't add yet another stamp to our hero card. We note the Jenny on the other side of this rock slide, then board our vessel. Crossing the Caragol Sea isn't exactly a dungeon per se, but we'll classify it as such. Basically, it's a marathon of battles. We protect the boat from the monsters trying to assail it. There are only 4 in a row, but it ends with an absolutely brutal boss, and we can only rely on our own skills and items to heal between each bout. It's getting to the point now where bosses can capitalize on even one bad turn, so we'll need to really play it safe here. Oh, another Gachi Muchi fan. A woman of taste.
Fuck you.
Everyone is in a fuss to leave, and there's a whole lot of bickering that goes on that's below our purview, honestly. When it finally comes to a head and the captain's good luck charm is stolen, we read the mind of the obvious culprit to find out it's at the top of the mast, somehow, grab it, and put it back where it belongs. These 2 warriors, Sean and Aranos, are planning on joining Colosso when we dock, and are more than confident they can help defend the ship against sea monsters. Unfortunately, they're only able to watch the deck, and they need someone else to watch the oarsmen. That's where we come in. We're also in charge of replacing any crew members that might be injured on our voyage, selecting from the tour group. It's made clear that we need to pick the strongest folks to row, but really, I think just about anybody would do, don't you? Regardless, we're finally on our way, and it's at this point that I notice that the ship has sails. They're just rolled up. Now, I'm sure that there are a million explanations for why we're rowing across the Caragol and not sailing, but you'd think they'd at least mention it. It almost feels like we're Flintstonesing our car around because the owner lost his keys. Anyway, observations aside, our crack team of commandos up top utterly failed to prevent the monsters from entering the hold. And we also utterly failed to do our job as well. Fun! A quick battle with the strongest jellyfish variant is all it takes to get back on track, but not without losses. Or loss, rather. We've got to replace the injured oarsman, so let's grab this swordsman from upstairs. He whines about it but doesn't protest, and with that, we're on our way again. You know, this game really has wonderful sprite work. I know it already gets tons of credit for it, but wow. beautiful water in this game. Absolutely fantastic looking water in this game. Wow! It's at this point that I realize these cutscenes are always exactly the same, just with the enemies and how they get onto the boat changing. Our second battle is with a new Lizard Man variant and his buddies, two rabid bats. That doesn't seem very safe. We do the right thing and put this guy's pets down and disintegrate him into ash for his crimes. I know it's hard to let go, buddy, but think of the quality of life those things were living with full-blown rabies. Shame. Damn shame. Alright, Tank Top, you're up. Nope, no crying. Come on. It's good for you. You know, imagine the upper body strength. Imagine the core strength you'll be building. People will pay a lot of money for access to this kind of workout. Come on, get moving. We boat along a little further before being assaulted by what I can only assume is some kind of harpy. It hauls its ass straight downstairs to blast some poor soul before we get to it. With another mana war on each side, I'm reminded of similar enemies back in the Mercury Lighthouse. Yeah, those guys sucked and died too. Funny coincidence. Now, who to pick? Ah, magnifique! Come, monsieur. Your table is ready. Time to put some hair on your chest, Frenchie. Get to work. I may have forgotten to heal everyone before triggering the final cutscene, but we're mostly healed up. You know, we're fine. Those first 3 battles were absolutely pathetic, so maybe this upcoming boss won't be such a bad time after all. I mean, we are like total wackadoo powerful right now. I can't imagine it'll be that bad, right? Right? This time, things are serious. We'll be lucky if the ship doesn't go down with us on it at this point. And I wonder if this is the thing that took down the replacement ship. The Kraken is not a joke. He does not play games. He doesn't rely too much on synergy, unlike the last few bosses we've fought, and instead has a collection of powerful monster skills supplemented by a small amount of spells. The most frequent one, although thankfully not the most dangerous, is Dark Breath, or Dark Blessing in the original. This is basically Water Breath, that freakishly powerful skill that the living statues were using on us, but it also nearly always inflicts delusion. The Kraken can also smack us with 2 different tentacle attacks, Spinning Beat and Poison Beat. Spinning Beat has a 50% chance to ignore defense completely when used, causing it to do just absolutely wacko damage. Poison Beat does exactly what you'd think it would, it's just a little weaker than Spinning Beat. This thing also has regular Water Breath in addition to all that. Not to mention, it can use Froth Sphere and Ply Well just like the Hydro statue. All of that with 2 actions per turn. You might hear all that and think, wow, that's a doozy, but it must have lower stats or HP to compensate for so many strong moves and being part of a marathon battle, right? Lol. LMAO even. The Kraken continues the trend of bosses only getting crazier and crazier, but for every boss we come up against, we're always stronger than the last. We have 2 healers now in Isaac and Mia, while Ivan and Garrett can repeatedly blast the Kraken with powerful fire synergies. Unfortunately, even though Garrett has incredibly powerful physical attacks that are boosted by his axe, making them the Mars element, the constant blindness from Dark Blessing will not only make most of his attacks miss, it disables his axe's unleash. So once he's out of synergy, he's basically dead weight. Unless we start unloading his gen, of course. The battle quickly gets out of hand. The Kraken's attacks all hit hard, harder than a single Wish synergy can heal per turn, and Mia's currently lacking a single target heal. Instead, she's focusing on supporting us with resistance boosts, but even increased resistance doesn't help much against the onslaught. It isn't long before Garrett's synergy goes dry and the reliable huge damage from Planet Diver goes away, only to be replaced by sporadic, but still formidable, standard attacks. The Kraken heals itself every once in a while, but thankfully he doesn't seem intent on spamming like the Hydro statue did. Unsatisfied with the damage we're putting out, Ivan starts unleashing his Mars gen, trying to gain any foothold we can against the beast. While Ivan's attack isn't the greatest, Scorch and Fever are powerful gen, and Forge and Corona are welcome stat boosts for our whole party. Garrett unleashes a basic Mars summon in a panic, boosting his fire affinity a bit, but the beast shows no sign of giving up yet. Ivan is the first to go down and things get scary. Thankfully, Isaac has revived to get him up, but we have to pray the Kraken doesn't immediately put him back down. Mia tops off her synergy with a Psi Crystal, and we're back at it. It's touch and go with this fight. The Kraken isn't giving us a single inch, and we have no end of the tunnel to look forward to, since it'll never run out of its favorite moves. Isaac has to drop a Water of Life to compensate for his insufficient PP to cast Revival, but the boss gives us an easy turn by healing and casting Break, banishing some minor buff from several turns ago. We use some healing items on ourselves to get everyone back in shape, but even from full health, the Kraken's attacks still put us in danger. Still, Ivan's constant Jin abilities are setting up for something beautiful. We only have to hold out for a little longer, which may be a big ask with how this fight's going. And with that, the wait is over. Thankfully, the game lets you select actions you don't have the resources for. So we have Garrett summon the 3rd level Mars summon, Tiamat. Ivan moves before him, putting the final Jin he needs on standby. Then Garrett does the work, summoning the Colossal Dragon, which puts an end to this damned squid once and for all. Thank God. I was worried for a second there we were going to be paying a visit to Davy Jones. I was stuck on the Kraken for ages as a kid, and that was in the vanilla game. But, thankfully, we pulled it off, as we always do. Of course, the Kraken did injure one of our oarsmen, so we have to pick one last guy to replace him. And we're going to go with the obvious choice, Old Man Jenkins. My grandpa's like the strongest guy I know, so this guy's gotta be the same way, right? Huh. Well, It seems like my impeccable choice in oarsmen may have taken us slightly, just a little off course. There's an island here, and everyone's got cabin fever and wanting to get off and explore. As the resident Kraken murderer, we're tasked with making sure the place is safe. Heading into the center of the island, we find out the name. Crossbone Isle. Interesting. Completely uncharted, this place. Now, the only hint you get about this area is going down to talk to one of the oarsmen before you set off on the trip. And he'll mention that he's heard rumor of an island in the middle of the Caragol Sea. Otherwise, this place is completely unmentioned up until this point. We need quite a few synergies to even get in here, like Growth and Whirlwind. Before we head in, there's this chest with a mint in it. We'll have Garrett choke that one down, boosting his agility. Then Whirlwind this Ivy to make our way inside. This place is eerily empty, made up mostly of this enormous staircase and huge void. Heading down, we find a wooden door and a stone pillar across a gap we can't get across. With no other choice, we attempt to open the door, only to be jumped. Crossbone Isle is an extremely difficult dungeon. We've made our way here through something of an Easter egg. By picking an unbalanced party of oarsmen, you can force the ship off course and get here much earlier than normal. There's actually multiple combinations of oarsmen that can give you this effect, but we used the one that I think most people are familiar with. You won't be able to explore the entire island just yet, but you can do the first 3 floors or so, as long as you can survive the merciless boss encounters that await you at the bottom of each staircase. These bosses are usually unique variants of other, more common enemies, though don't be fooled by their unassuming looks. They're wickedly strong and won't give you an inch of ground to stand on. This first group is made up of a hobgoblin and 2 viragos, the harpy-like creature we fought back on the boat. The viragos unleash powerful Jupiter synergy on us, while the hobgoblin pelts us with smoke bombs and vicious physical attacks. Thankfully, this first encounter isn't really that bad. It's more the fact that we're still running on empty from the Kraken fight that makes it hard. Although it's shaky for a moment, we come through in the end and gain access to the first floor. This one is the granddaddy of all jumping puzzles, requiring us to navigate what amounts to a maze while shoving these stone pillars in the right direction with move. Aside from being a little tedious, it isn't difficult, and with a little extra work, we clean the room of its treasures. Mostly a few meager healing items with one standout. the hardest of nuts. As soon as we finish the puzzle and step outside, we're met by a grim surprise. A mimic with no way around it. Unfortunately, we've got no choice but to fight, so we steel ourselves for more combat, still exhausted. Mimics have never been easy fights, but this guy is fully intent on snipping our nuts off with his little crab claws. We get an early, lucky stun with Scorch, immediately followed up by a stun from Garrett's Explosion Unleash. Unable to fight back, the Mimic rages in futility as we beat the ever-loving bejesus out of it, freeing ourselves to open the quick way back up the stairs. We can go back into the first room and grab that nut, by the way, and we'll give it to Ivan to harden him against the horrors of Crossbone Isle. The promise of even greater rewards lures us deeper, where we're confronted by an e-girl and her two VTuber models. Everyone knows that bears love to nap, so let's give them their wish. These guys will decimate us given the chance, as their bear claw attack does such ridiculous damage it can basically KO Ivan or Mia on command. Even to Isaac and Garrett, it's a threat, so through a combination of sleep and stun, we'll ensure none of them get the chance. It's a dangerously cheesy battle, but ain't nobody ever said this was going to be a lactose-free playthrough. Besides, now that status ailments are actually usable, we might as well take advantage of them. The succubus is capable of using a monster skill that lowers our attack, but by the time she starts using it, it's too late for her. We put the bears to bed, and without her white knights, the thought is quickly patrolled. By Mia, of all people. Nice work! The room she was guarding is another rolling puzzle, this time with stone pillars instead of logs or pipes. It isn't nearly as obtuse as the jumping puzzle in the last room, so it takes us just a few minutes to open the whole thing up and loot all the treasure. We find another stat booster, Lucky Pepper, and have Garrett snort it off the back of his palm to up his resistance to statuses, hopefully to avoid what just happened to that succubus and her pet bears. We also find an absolute banger of a sword, the Mystery Blade. It's a light blade, meaning Ivan can equip it, but we'll hand it off to Isaac for now, since its Unleash, Life Nourish, deals Venus damage. It's a significant stat boost, and finally, Isaac has an Unleash again. We're on to the third, and for now, final level of Crossbone Isle. We could also fight the boss of the fourth level, but I don't see much point in subjecting our poor, exhausted party to more cock and ball torture. The boss of the third level is a ghost mage and two purple ghouls, so we start off by binding the mage's synergy and doing what we can to stun the ghouls. Without synergy, the ghost is reduced to attacking normally, which, to be fair, is still pretty damn strong. The fiendish ghouls, on the other hand, like attacking physically, but their attacks don't seem to be too awfully devastating, at least nowhere near as deadly as the bears a floor up. They do have the ability to poison, so we'll need to be careful of that, but... Oh, whoopsie, so do we! As far as I know, poison doesn't ever go away on its own, so the ghost mage will suffer until it dies. Again. We finally get lucky with a stun on one of the ghouls, and it's all downhill from there. I will admit, if we weren't cheesing these fights by plaguing the enemies with status effects, we probably wouldn't be able to win them. But hey, that's strategy, right? Nobody said that you had to ram your head into every fight like a caveman. That's kind of the whole point of this hack, after all. We get one ghoul down, then two, and we're left with a poisoned ghost who can't even properly curse. He dies of embarrassment, and we're led to our last puzzle room, for now. This one requires use of the catch synergy, which is very rarely necessary for anything aside from gathering nuts from trees. We grab these keys off of platforms, then take them up north to those blue doors for rewards. There's also this conspicuous circle here, but we know what to do with that by now. Ivan's second sight reveals the key to the exit within, also in grabbing range. We find a new ring, dubbed the Fairy Ring, which increases the wearer's luck by a bit and can be used to emulate an elixir in battle. In the base game, rings pretty much never have any actual passive effects, and only ever emulate items and synergy on use, but Reloaded makes a lot of them more worth wearing and not just carrying around. We put it on Mia to ensure she's able to stay on her feet, then clean the rest of the room out for our second cookie. Ivan scarfs it since Mia got the last one, and we're out of here, and back to the raft. We report that the island isn't exactly safe, but it doesn't matter either way since the captain's figured out where we are relative to our destination, and we're headed back out to sea. It isn't long until we finally arrived on the other side of the Caragol, near Tolby. There are a couple things to grab real quick before we head on into Tolby, like another Mercury Genie over here, hidden in the overworld. It appears that places like this are always connected by bridges. Hale joins Isaac, upgrading him from Valiant to Fearless, which is another simple stat boost. Hale is another attacking Genie, dropping a foe's defense as it strikes. Always a good addition to the team, those. One last errand before heading into town, though. We loop back around to Calais Docks to grab that Venus Genie, hiding behind the rock slide. The sea sure seems, a lot smaller now. Ground is the newest addition to our team, and we'll stick him onto Garrett for now with his Venus buddies. Ground's effect is fairly unique in that it confers a near 100% chance to interrupt an enemy's turn. Whatever the foe's next action is, be it this turn or the next, it gets cancelled. Useful, to be sure. On our way back, we spot a cavern. Tempted inside, we find it's named Altmiller Cave. We're in no shape to do another dungeon now, but once we're rested up, we'll be sure to jump right back in. Tolby is hacked to the gills with tourists visiting Colosso, though unfortunately we arrived just a bit too late to sign up. Double unfortunately, because the town is so packed, there's no room in the inn, and there's not even a manger for us to crash in. Instead, we'll just do a little exploring and stay out of fights for a bit so our Adept's PP can regen. There's a hidden chest in the graveyard containing another power bread, which goes to Ivan again, to put some meat on his bones. There's also a Jenny hiding on the cliff here, a Mars boy by the name of Ember. Ember, appropriately, kindles an Adept's PP in battle, and also bumps Ivan up to the rank of Zealot. It doesn't come with any new synergy, unfortunately, but the meaty stat boost is always appreciated. There's something else very important to do here in Tolby, something that you actually can't do anywhere else in the game. Develop and feed a gambling addiction. Tolby is the land of games, gladiatorial and otherwise, and we can finally spend all those game tickets and lucky medals we've been collecting to get some unique and powerful equipment. There are 3 games here. Tolby Fountain, where we throw in lucky medals and get rewarded based on how close our medal lands to the center. The Lucky Wheels, which is a slot machine that rewards supplementary equipment in exchange for game tickets, and the Lucky Dice, where you roll the bones to win some money. At this point, we have so much money that it's quickly becoming useless. So the dice game, mostly pointless. But, hey, let's give it a try just for fun, right? Holy shit. Oh, wow. First try. I'm not kidding. No editing tricks here. No save stating. This was a first try perfect. We get 5 times our 200 gold bet, meaning a profit of 800 coins. Wow. That's basically nothing. Let's move on to the wheels, though. The wheels are extremely forgiving for a slot machine. You get 5 attempts per play to make a match. The more tickets you put in, the more rows become available for play, up to 4 for every possible row, including diagonals. You can win 3 types of equipment here: underclothes, boots, and rings, in addition to various consumables. Now, in the vanilla Golden Sun, there are correct items to get here, but Reloaded has balanced them a little more evenly to allow you to choose how to build each character. Because I am very skilled and good at the game, and definitely not save scumming, I'll be able to get everyone what they need for the most part. For Isaac, we'll be grabbing the running shirt, the hyper boots, and the war ring. The running shirt, as you can probably guess, increases agility as well as defense. The hyper boots increase the frequency of weapon unleashes, as does the war ring. Garrett also gets a running shirt. He'll finally be changing his turtle boots out for the quick boots, dropping the agility penalty for a boost, and another war ring for those absolutely lovely sausage fingers. Ivan gets the mithril shirt and the fur boots, which both increase his HP, and the adept ring to boost his PP. Mia is going to keep her luck boosting fairy ring, but get a PP boosting and very lovely silk bustier, along with some fur boots of her own. It took an inordinate amount of time getting all that, but boy was it worth it. Everyone's enjoying a solid boost of relevant stats, as well as feeling cozy in their new clothes, and really, that's what life is all about, isn't it? Now it's time for the fountain, where we can chuck all those lucky medals we've been lugging around. I also grab a few of them from around town, just to be safe. The Tolby Fountain rewards primary equipment that, while good, won't be around forever like the supplementary stuff we got from the slots. For that reason, we won't be quite as thorough with our lucky medals. We face away from the fountain and fling our medal in, watching it bounce off the shell creepers and sidesteppers. The more bounces it makes, the more momentum it loses. Although the game encourages you to try and hit the center, really, there's stuff everywhere within the main circle worth getting. Our prizes were the Earth Shield, which boasts a huge Venus resist, and you can use it like an item to heal someone for 150 HP. Garrett gets this one to replace his Dragon Shield. The Ceres Helm, a solid helmet that boosts PP by 15. This one goes to Isaac. 2 copies of the Spirit Armor. This vivid green breastplate increases a warrior's resistance to all elements by 10, so Isaac and Garrett will both be getting one. The Assassin's Blade, a light blade with an unleash that can instantly kill a target. Although mortal danger is Venus element, we'll let Isaac keep his superior Mystery Blade for now, and give this one to Ivan. The Burning Axe, an upgrade to Garrett's Vulcan Axe with a much less exciting and more candid unleash, simply called Fire Attack. Amazing. The Guardian Armlet, which goes to Mia. It increases Venus resistance, and it can be used in battle to boost an ally's defense. A Kimono, which boosts agility and resists Mars. Mia will be donning this lovely blue number. We also won a Grievous Mace and Cocktail Dress, but we sold both of them. And with that, we've finished our gambling adventure. There's still more interesting finds in the Tolby Fountain, but we may or may not be back for them. Spoiler alert, we won't. Lastly, we'll check in on the smithy to fill out the holes in our equipment. The weaponsmith only has one thing of worth, and as usual, it's an upgrade for Mia's rod. The Angelic Ankh unleashes Life Leech, which does exactly what it sounds like, so we'll happily give it to our girl. The Armorer, on the other hand, has some new stuff to fill in for where the fountain failed. We can grab Guardian Circlets for Ivan and Mia, and a Steel Helm for Garrett. Now that we're fully loaded, or perhaps more appropriately, reloaded, anybody? Is this thing on? It's time to find somewhere to rest. As we wander north, we're stopped by a couple guards looking for someone. A man with purple hair is missing, and his name is Bubble. Bubble. There's no winning with this guy. He's either Bubble or Bobby, and then I'm just thinking,
Hey.
So we'll stick with Bubble. Thankfully, the guards continue on their way, and we can investigate the palace, which is apparently the home of Bubble. Important guy. The first room we go into looks an awful lot like an inn. This woman says there's lots of extra beds for people to sleep in during the festival. Bingo! There's an inordinately long scene of everyone telling each other good night, and the same for good morning. I have absolutely no idea why this is here. It's honestly so weird it comes back around to being funny. After what feels like an eternity, we're rested up and ready to rumble. That means we're headed out to that Altmiller cave we found earlier. These green moles are like crazy talented. I hate them. Mad Mole's spirit has been drained? Damn. Owned. Altmiller Cave is dark. Dark as hell. And it has a mimic in it. Mimics could be here, Isaac thought. I've never been in this cave before. There could be mimics anywhere. The damp cave air felt good against his bare chest. I hate mimics, he thought. The Isaac battle theme reverberated the entire cavern, making it pulsate even as the 50-coin mountain water circulated through his powerful, thick veins and washed away his merited fear of mimics in the dark. With synergy, you can go anywhere you want, he said to himself out loud. This mimic is, frankly, a bitch. The one on Crossbone Isle was tougher, and this one succumbs to paralysis instantly. For the first time, a mimic gets completely obliterated by our party, and I don't have anything else to say about it. In fact, there's a running theme in this cave. We are frighteningly powerful. The enemies here, though new and scary, get decimated quickly by our fully kitted party. The mimic gives us enough experience for me to level up and learn the synergy blunt, which I'm not going to make an easy joke about. Out of character, I know. Blunt is the second tier version of dull, cutting the attack of the entire enemy party. Could be useful against squads of dangerous foes later on. Or not. It's hard to say with these things. Shortly after curb stomping that mimic, we come across what appears to be an invisible man. Not something you see every day, right? Oh man, I'm funny. That was funny. You. I'm going to use context clues to guess that this is Bubbles, and definitely not just me knowing how this game goes. He asks us to go down into the cave to get his draft, to which Mia delivers this hilariously out-of-character bit of snark. Damn, Mia, calm down. The man is invisible and dead in a cave. Despite the party's initial mistrust, we ultimately decide to help him out, and he gives us a needlessly complex explanation of the lock mechanism to get into his secret room later in the dungeon. Really, Altmiller Cave is mostly uninteresting. There's not much here we haven't seen before, and very little in the way of treasure. The golems, gargoyles, and Cerberus, yeah, that sounds right. They're all dangerous, but not dangerous enough to match all of our new equipment. There's at least one cool thing here, though, and it's the Jupiter Djinni Squall. He's the first Djinni in a while to actually fight us. Unfortunately, he showed up during big dick hours and gets shown the door. It was here I noticed that Isaac unleashes Life Nourish nearly every time he attacks, and it's made him a powerhouse despite being a very supportive class right now. Squall gives us another powerful attacking Djinni with a chance to stun. Basically just a Jupiter version of Scorch, which I'm not complaining about. He doesn't do anything for me as class, as expected, but a Djinni's a Djinni. There's also another cookie hiding up here. Yum! Mia shares this one with her new Djinni. Notice how all these cookies are in caves? Not very hygienic. A couple rolling puzzles, with frost puddles added in. Later, we get down to the bottom of the cave and find Bopple's secret mechanism. We interact with the left and right stones as instructed, which causes a roulette wheel type thing to appear. Now, I think this puzzle is kind of poorly explained in-game. All you have to remember is that the stone on the left represents blue, then you go clockwise from there for each color to find out which stone corresponds to it. Once the color appears at the top, you go touch that stone. It's simple as pie. A couple rounds of this and the door to the draft appears. And then we pop retreat for a quick shortcut back to Bubble. He's back on his feet in just a moment, and everyone pretends to be surprised that the missing guy we found is the missing guy that people are looking for. This guy gets his guards from the same place the cities in Oblivion do, because they use their psychic powers to instantly know we found their man and join us. After babbling about Lemurians for a while, Bobble tells his men that we're competing in Colosso, since he's in charge of the whole shebang. Our party is pretty sure he just wants to see our synergy in action, because he's clearly off his rocker and wants us to help him get more of his draft, which lets him live forever, I guess. There's been a few people throughout the game who've mentioned that the ruler of Tolby, Bobble, is exceptionally long-lived, so here seems to be the answer to that little mystery. Now, we can head back to Tolby for another rest, and when we wake up, it'll probably be time to kick some normie ass in the Gladiator games. I'm not going to beat around the bush here. Colosso rules. I love it. We're going to put Isaac into Garrett's Berserker class for this, because it makes him extremely strong and fast, with great offensive synergies. While it lacks a self-heal, Colosso gives you enough healing items to make it through the fights without much trouble. Colosso is a series of obstacle courses followed by a battle with a competitor, where you're stripped of your equipment and can only use what you're given. These competitors, while normal people with no synergy, are all at the top of their game. Remember, Isaac is like 16 years old and he has basically no combat experience until last week. The obstacle courses are interesting little puzzles where you race against your opponent to get to the arena first. The arena has two pieces of equipment laying there on the ground, one really good and the other like the first one you get early in the game. Whoever gets there first gets the better equipment. However, during the course, there are also chests containing various consumables for you to use during the fight. Your enemies are quick and will always get all of the items, so if you skip even one, you're down a resource compared to your foe. There is one thing in your favor, however. Your allies get to influence the obstacle courses a bit while they cheer for you. Using their synergy, they can manipulate various parts of the course, such as creating an extra pillar of ice for you, growing a plant on the ground to give you an extra route to climb upward, that kind of thing. Some of these completely trivialize the puzzle, while others only give you a small boost or let you get to the treasure more easily. We're going to need to do all the cheering we can to ensure we come in first place and humiliate all these trained fighters who've waited months or even years for this chance, while we were handed our magical powers at birth. It's a shame you can't actually fight all of these guys. Since you joined during the finals, you only get to fight 3. This green fella, the golden knight, and the pink one. The others all have names and quite a bit of personality in the few lines they're given, but they all disappear after this event. Ah well, we're off to our first round. Garrett moves this pillar to make the pushing test much, much faster. Ivan weighs down this plate with Douse, and Mia doesn't get to do much of anything. Thanks to our buddies, we absolutely blast through this first test. I get a brief scare as the P2 icon gets dangerously close to this arena, but it was only a fake out. Good thing I definitely never get cocky in this competition and get beat to the arena. Azart is our first foe, the Knight in Gold. Being a normie, he can't really do much aside from attack normally or use the items he picked up on the way here, so we just pound him into the dirt with Ragnaroks and Planet Divers. He manages to force us to pop a nut, but aside from that, it's an extremely straightforward battle, and a quick one at that. Azart falls, and we're on to round 2 of the finals. The games in this round are much more complex than the ones in the last, and we'll need to be careful about where we put our buddies to help us out. We'll have Garrett use Move again to make the maze a little quicker, while Ivan will use Force to let us skip the log rolling puzzle. Mia uses Frost on one of these puzzles to give us a platform to hop across, but I'm an idiot and ended up not even going the right way. I'm much more careless and imprecise in my movements this time around, and it cost me winning the race. I absolutely should have had Mia use Halt on these moving platforms here. Ah well. It matters little, because Satraj won't be able to overcome the insurmountable odds put before him, even with his new chainmail compared to our cotton shirt. This time, Isaac gets a little evil and uses his smoke bomb scavenged from earlier in the course. Unlike us, Satraj can't rely on his synergy to make Delusion null and void, so it basically takes him out of the fight for several turns. While he's suffering from that, Isaac also uses his poison synergy to taint the man's blood. And from that point on, we barely have to participate in the fight at all. It's only a matter of time before our opponent falls from the poison damage, and we move on to the finals. Like the actual finals. The true finals. The obstacle course here is by far the longest and most intricate, but after the last game's unsuccessful effort, I'll be booking it double time to the finish. I don't even have to think about putting Mia on this first test, letting me skip slowly pushing another stone pillar by freezing this puddle. Garrett will take the Force Gem from Ivan to stop up this mechanism, removing the entire challenge from this section. Lastly, Ivan uses Halt to freeze the attendant working these Mario 64 pushy fellas. With most of the time-consuming puzzles taken care of, we've only got the final section, where nobody can cheat anything. I skipped the optional chest here, perhaps unwisely, since it takes several more seconds for our final opponent to arrive. Navampa. Pinky is definitely the strongest of our foes, but despite winning the luck roll against our poison synergy once, he can't do it twice, immediately putting him at a massive disadvantage against us. For extra disrespect, we haunt him too. though Haunt's damage is pathetic and only triggers occasionally. Thankfully, Navampa's sleep bomb fails, and shortly after, so does he. Despite our contestless victory, Isaac passes out after the battle from all the excitement, and Colosso comes to an end with us as the victor. Unfortunately, there's no way to play Colosso again. I think it would have been killer for this to be an activity for 2 players. Letting you pick your fighter and cheating against each other with somewhat randomized obstacle courses made from the various tests would be awesome. As it stands, the only activity for 2 players in Golden Sun is a simple versus mode, which is still more than a lot of RPGs have. There's actually a little bit of strategy in it, because you can only take 3 of your adepts into battle against another player. The player characters also have these weird green palettes for when they're the enemy. I'm not sure why they chose green and not like purple or like, something shadowy, but whatever. Anyway, Isaac wakes up after a day of being comatose and we're back on the road. We go to meet blah blah, who was thoroughly impressed by our ability to beat grown men by magically poisoning them in pitched combat. We've proven ourselves to the old man, and now he wants us to go find Lemuria to get him some more Mountain Dew Code Red to extend his lifespan indefinitely. Our party agrees on the condition that we can finish our own mission first, and he graciously allows us to put saving the world before his vanity and inability to accept his own mortality. What a guy. After he retires to his chambers, we follow him and snatch that thing he was using to turn invisible earlier. Let's just say he won't be needing it for much longer. He also gives us the Lure Cap, a hat that, while unimpressive stat-wise, increases how often random encounters happen. Very useful for grinding late in the game. On the other hand, the Cloak Ball is something we can use right away. For us, it's off to Lunpa to settle this Hammett business once and for all. Unfortunately, however, we don't quite have a way to get back to Calais. All the tourists from our group are stuck here as well, so let's go to the inn and check in with them. Sure enough, our old buddies Sean and Aranos have an idea of how to get back, although apparently the cave they tried to use can't be traversed without the ability to lift boulders. How very convenient for us, huh? Let's offload some of our extra equipment, then head to the southeast Caragol Cave, which barely registers as a dungeon at all. There's nothing of interest here aside from an apple and the ability to get back to Calais, so we'll speed right through it and get on with our mission. Garrett crunches loudly on the apple as we leave, raising his attack a bit. We make a quick stop at Calais Inn, then make tracks north, all the way past Vale and Vault to Lunpa. According to this girl, the chef from the inn has been taking meals to a prisoner, who is likely Hammett, so we press him for info. Unfortunately, even reading his mind doesn't give us much aside from flavor. We go north to the fortress, cloak ourselves in the shadows, and make our way inside. Lunpa Fortress, unlike the other optional dungeons in Golden Sun, is an actual dungeon with a boss and everything. The primary gimmick here is, as you've probably guessed, hiding from the guards using cloak. The green ones, like this, will kick you out of the fortress entirely, while the red ones, like this, will start a fight with you. Despite looking like the bandit we fought back in Vault, they're a bit stronger, though still no match for us. They usually guard important areas, so if you're finding them, you know you're headed in the right direction. Unfortunately, there's very little in the way of treasure here, despite being a thieves' fortress. So most of the side areas just contain people to talk to for a little bit of lore on the area. We finally make our way to this room after a battle with 3 not very scary bandits that got completely humiliated by status ailments. We find Donpa, the father of the current ruler of Lunpa, and the son of the founder, whose name was also Lunpa. He's so overcome with despair by Dodonpa's actions that he's bedridden and can't even speak with us. That cave behind his wife or caretaker or whatever is very enticing, so let's keep it in mind for later. This is actually the only place in the game, aside from Crossbone Isle, where catch is used as part of a puzzle rather than to simply gather subpar healing items. We snag the key through the bars and kick down the door. Another bandit thinks he can stop us, but he's destroyed in a single turn, as you can imagine. This room gives us a shortcut back to the beginning in case we need it, but the sparing battles and weak enemies give us little need for such a thing. We reach a room with a conspicuous pile of leaves in a conspicuous circle of stones that definitely hides a conspicuous button that needs revealed to be seen. After pressing it, we're led to a cavern with random encounters, although the enemies here aren't really anything to worry about, just overworld trash mobs. A shame there aren't any unique monsters down here, but oh well. A few boxes need to be pushed about, a few cell doors opened, before we find another invisible button doubly hid by leaves. While we're cutting through the chaff down here, Ivan levels up to 22 and learns Eruption, the next level of Volcano. This powerful synergy is expensive, but it'll be extremely useful in the fight shortly to come. There's also a loaf of power bread down here. Mia chows down. We press the button with reveal active and find our charge. Hammett doesn't seem any worse for the wear in his cell, but just as we're about to haul him home, we're interrupted by his captor. Dodonpa is a weaselly little butthole in desperate need of an ass-kicking. Unfortunately, before we can lodge one of our shiny new boots from Tolby deep where the sun doesn't shine, he summons his, frog. Dodonpa is the next boss on the docket, and it stands between us and entering the endgame. Compared to the bosses we've fought thus far, Dodonpa isn't quite the terror that we're used to. He has several powerful monster skills, like Acid Breath, which does the usual high damage that can be expected for a breath attack, in addition to lowering defense, and Ribbit Stomp, a new custom monster skill for Reloaded, that deals high damage and also lowers defense. The real danger of this fight is this trend of lowered defense, as well as the boss's ability to inflict venom onto our adepts with Rabid Fang and Toxic. Despite all of these risks, however, Dodonpa isn't a desperate struggle for survival like the rest of our boss encounters have been, so we'll be eating frog legs in no time. With our defenses repeatedly lowered, however, the length of the fight is felt much quicker. There's unfortunately no equivalent of the break synergy that neutralizes enemy buffs for using on one's own party, and none of our adepts have access to defense buffs at the moment. We, inevitably, suffer losses. It seems like Isaac and Ivan on the left are getting hit harder than the others, but if that means that Garrett can keep dropping planet divers on the Toad's ugly head, fine by me. As the battle drags on, we begin to have Ivan prepare some Mars Gin for summoning, ready to put a stop to these amphibian antics once and for all. And sure enough, summoning the full Mars power of Meteor is enough to put Dodonpa down for good. Turns out that during the fight, Dodonpa was trying to sneak around behind us with a knife. But as we felled the beast, it dropped onto him with its full weight. There's some back and forth about this dastard reforming and learning his lesson, which I personally think is total BS. But thankfully, the frustratingly naive party and Hammett are schooled on parenting when the reinvigorated Donpa walks in. For his misdeeds, Dodonpa will suffer the same imprisonment he put Hammett through, although the details are a bit murky. Frankly, I think this part of the story makes little sense, and it's better we just get Hammett out of here and speed him back home. Sure enough, we do. But before we leave, after suffering at the hands of the confusing translation, we head back into the fortress and find Donpa's room again, the one with the doorway being blocked by a woman. To reward our efforts, he's prepared to let us have what's inside, which is an absolutely lovely new Ginny. The Mercury Ginny Tonic is useful in that he will remove any negative state that isn't downed from our entire party. Now that we're officially headed toward the endgame, where enemies are more devious than ever, Tonic's power is invaluable, so we'll set him to Mia. Before we head back to Calais to meet up with Hammett, let's stop by Lunpa's shop to grab a couple upgrades. There are quite a few pieces of equipment worth buying here in Lunpa, and we're getting to the point where we're rolling in cash, so we might as well upgrade everything we can. Ivan and Mia get a shiny new headgear and the platinum circlet, while only Ivan gets the silver armlet. Garrett trades his helmet in for a silver helm, and finally Isaac gets the artifact armwear, the war gloves. These even further increase Isaac's chance to unleash, as well as increasing his attack. At this point, he's pretty capable of relying on his normal attack for damage, so long as his class doesn't cut his stat. So, having EPAs isn't quite as important for him. The weaponsmith doesn't have quite so much interesting as his heterosexual life partner here, though we can get Isaac the Shamshir, which unleashes Acid Bath, and hand the Mystery Blade off to Ivan. Acid Bath is a Mars-based unleash that nearly doubles attack power, as well as lowering the target's attack. Nifty. Let's head out back to Calais to wrap up this whole Hammett plotline. Lady Leanna isn't particularly thrilled that we ran off to rescue Hammett after she told us not to, but frankly, we're in the heroing business, not the business of doing what our moms tell us. She gives us a scolding, and poor Ivan is left in the doghouse for the second time now. We tell him to perk up and run off to fulfill our destiny and all that, but not before returning to the Calais tunnels, where we found Scourge previously, to uncover the rest of its secrets. Now that Hammett has been returned, all of the gates that were previously locked are now wide open, meaning we can get a lot of treasure that wasn't available before. Most of it isn't worth talking about, the usual sleep bombs and healing items, but the mystery gloves are a nice addition to Mia's equipment. They increase her elemental power across the board, which is a rare boon. There's also a delicious sewer apple for Isaac to crunch on, raising his attack from sheer disgust. We take the back way out of the sewers, then run back through the southeast Caragol Cave to make our way to the Gondolin Crossing, where Popple's attendant, Iadem, is waiting for us. He's meant to accompany us to the Venus Lighthouse, where we'll look out over the sea to get a glimpse of Lemuria. Unfortunately for him, things aren't really going to be that simple. Our next destination is a quick pit stop at the town of Sahala, just outside the desert of the same name. Thankfully, this desert doesn't have a heat problem, rather one of sandstorms, and unfortunately it isn't overrun with catchy electronic songs. We'll cross that metaphorical bridge when we come to it, however, and for now we'll rest in Sahala and see what it has to offer. The answer is, unfortunately, very little. We learn more about the sandstorms plaguing the nearby desert, primarily that they're caused by monsters that don't like getting wet. These surviving soldiers also reveal that they lost track of somebody named Sheba, who is something of a local celebrity of the nearby town of Lalivero. She's a Jupiter adept like Ivan, and also possesses weirdo powers like precognition. She's not really our concern, but Iadem seems pretty upset about the whole thing, so we keep her in mind. We also grab a big, hard nut here in the corner, which Mia happily swallows whole without chewing. Weirdo. After a rest, we're off into the sandy brown yonder. Sahala Desert is more like a gauntlet than a dungeon, seeing as you'll get caught up in these whirlwinds every so often, which you're forced to terminate by casting Douse. After that point, you'll have to fight a tornado lizard, a mildly tough enemy that drops a decent amount of experience. They're kinda like mini bosses, since they attack twice a turn. The other enemies of Sahala aren't much more fun to deal with than that, being various poisonous and exploding creatures that exist only to make our lives hell. Thankfully, after all of our adventures, none of these challenges are insurmountable, and it's only a matter of perseverance and resource management to get through without having to return to town. There's a few things of worth here, too, like this virtuous armlet that boosts Ivan's Mars and Jupiter power, perfect for his current class. Of course, it wouldn't be a dungeon if we didn't run into a f***ing mimic. These things are everywhere. Luckily, no matter how much they wish it weren't the case, Paralyze absolutely decimates them. This especially cheeky box tries to instantly kill Garrett with his Condemn synergy, but thankfully it fails. We return the favor by murdering him the old-fashioned way. He drops some Water of Life on the way out, which I have a feeling we'll be using a lot of soon. The fierce battles in the desert give us a few levels of experience, which come with some nice new synergies. Ivan learns Enfeeble, a spell that drops the resistance of the entire enemy team, while Isaac learns the next rank of Wish at last. Wish Well is extremely expensive, but invaluable for the battles to come. Finally, Garrett learns a synergy that, unfortunately, won't get much use based on its effect. Curse lets him inflict that 4-turn countdown status on enemies, which, as you can imagine, isn't much use against anything but bosses, which are obviously immune to it. Level 24 is looking good for everyone involved. As an added bonus, we find a yummy sand cookie for Ivan to crunch on. The delicious gritty texture raises his PP, as it would for any of us. It isn't too long after entering the second map of Sahala Desert that we spy a Mars Ginny, waiting patiently for us to collect it. Using Reveal, we find some of its tracks and an invisible pillar that we can jump on to get to it, as well as a nearby cave. At this point in the game, Ginny are fearsome synergy spammers, but so are we, and one can only do so much when losing massive amounts of HP every turn to poison. Surprisingly, Mia strikes the final blow, and Flash joins our party. Flash, like his brother Granite, erects a wall of light that protects our party from a certain percentage of damage. In the vanilla game, this percentage is a nutty 90%, making you essentially invulnerable for a turn. But this has been drastically reduced in Reloaded to prevent yet another cheese strat where players would simply cycle between Flash and Granite to ensure their party would never be subjected to more than a few dozen points of damage at a time. Devious. Now that we have Flash, each of our adepts are only one Ginny away from this game's max of 7. This means that we'll be seeing the strongest classes this game has to offer before long, and our party will be settling into their endgame setups. Based on how incredibly difficult these challenges to come are, they'll probably get changed around a lot to get the most out of each character. Our options in this first Golden Sun are somewhat limited, unfortunately, but in the sequel, The Lost Age, class setups are vastly more varied. We'll leave everyone as is, and continue onward, ignoring that cave for now. What it has to offer is a little too much for our precious babies at the moment. As we run south across the sands, a massive tornado begins chasing us across the desert. Yes, chasing. It's actually possible to avoid this fearsome obstacle, but in our case, it catches up to us and we're trapped. Either we use Douse to face the monster within, or let it carry us back to Sahala. Of course, we're not going to give up this close to the exit, so we sprinkle some H2O on this mother and come up against our next boss, the Storm Lizard. In stark contrast to Todampa, the Storm Lizard is an absolutely monstrous foe. It has access to several top-level Jupiter synergies like Tempest, Sonic Slash, and Destruct Ray, as well as a monster skill I can only describe as 9/11 and the Holocaust rolled into one, Wingstroke. Wingstroke does stupid damage, and it's only by the grace of Isaac's new Wishwell that we continue to exist. As these dangerous battles usually go, it becomes a matter of desperately clinging to life, while someone does chip damage and/or unleashes Jinn one by one. Through some miracle, we actually managed to get Judgment off and deal a meaty 500 damage to the reptilian bastard. We were already running on empty when this fight started, and the longer this one drags on, the worse the situation gets, with our resources dropping rapidly as we try to keep our healers fed and our attackers alive. We're eventually reduced to attacking normally, too beat to hell to risk unleashing mini Jinn. The Storm Lizard doesn't falter in its assault at any point, and at last it comes to the point of do or die. Prepared to pack it in as a defeat, I unleash a single Jinn summon to reset it to its host, and the damnable lizard keels over. This has definitely been the most desperate battle we've managed to win, and the Storm Lizard isn't even that strong compared to many of the endgame bosses. We've got our work cut out for us going forward. Unfortunately, we end the battle with Garrett knocked out. He'll have to catch up quickly, though. That said, we can at least relax for a moment. Fetching the Synergy Stone from the ground to restore our party, Iadem expresses his disappointment that we didn't find Sheba. Considering the soldiers back in Sahala mentioned another group of great warriors like ourselves, with strange powers to boot, I think it's pretty obvious what has happened, but nobody seems to put two and two together. The exit to this desert is right here, but we don't get to walk on the overworld for very long before we're right back into it. Thankfully, Sahala Gate is extremely straightforward, and its enemies aren't particularly fierce, so we don't have too much to worry about. Here on the cliffs, we find our next Jenny, another one from Mercury named Dew. Dew wants to fight, but I don't think any of us are in the mood, so Mia promptly puts the little shit to sleep, and we pummel it senseless. With Dew on our side, we have another Jenny that can revive our party members, but more importantly, Isaac now has 7 Gen equipped. That means he has the final form of his current class available to him. To access Paragon, he needs 6 Mercury Gen, as well as 1 Venus Jenny to balance it out, which we already have set to him. Paragon doesn't gain any new synergy, but its stats are wild. A welcome change when everything is starting to kick our butts. With Dew along for the ride, we finish our stroll through Sahala Gate and head onward to the base of the Venus Lighthouse, where bodies litter the ground. Satoros and Minardi really aren't fooling around any longer, nor are they attempting to remain amicable. There's not much we can do here at the moment, and I really want to give our party a real rest, so let's just keep moving for now. The town of Lullivero isn't far, and here, as they mourn the loss of their savior Sheba, we can finally rest our eyes and pick up yet another final Jenny. Torch is the final Mars Jenny in the game, granting an attack that pierces enemy defenses, and equipped to Ivan grants him access to the rank of Fanatic. The Fanatic class line has the highest PP multiplier available in the first game, so Ivan's synergies will deal maximum damage. Yet another welcome boon in the face of growing adversity. With our party rested, we can finally settle into the endgame. The upcoming gameplay will be scattered across several locations as we find the final 2 Gen and collect as much in-game equipment as we can to prepare for the final challenges in the game. There's a lot of running back and forth we have to do, but I'll spare you much of the travel. Let's go check Lalivero's armory, the final one in the game, before we get moving. Most of these items probably won't stick with us for very long, as they're replaced by in-game gear, but it's not like we're hurting for money. Let's sell everything we don't need anymore, like all of the game tickets and lucky medals and any old equipment. There's no reason to buy any of the basic equipment anymore, so let's check the artifacts list. There's quite a bit new here, and it's mostly worth buying. For Garrett, we'll be buying him the Mirrored Shield. Unfortunately, there are no Medusas or old desert witches to harass with it, but it is a nice defense buff. Ivan gets the Magical Cassock, which helpfully regenerates his PP each turn, while Mia gets the Jeweled Crown, which further boosts her already high luck. Mia is very nearly immune to status effects at this point. Extremely helpful for someone who's usually our healer, and as someone who has spent at least one battle stunned for the majority of the duration. On the weapon side, everyone's getting an upgrade. We're getting the Swift Sword for Ivan, a weapon with a powerful Jupiter Unleash that's pretty much the best light blade in the game. Almost. We'll talk about that a little later. Isaac gets the Silver Blade, a Mercury weapon with a pretty standard unleash that used to be called Aqua Sock. Yeah. They changed it to Aqua Strike and Reloaded, which makes it way less goofy. Garrett's getting equipped with the Dragon Axe, another Mars axe that unleashes Heat Mirage with a chance to delude foes. Lastly, the most impressive of the bunch is Mia's Crystal Rod, which unleashes the menacing Drown. Drown is a powerful Mercury attack with a chance to outright kill the target. Very nice. While we're on the subject of in-game equipment, I'll briefly talk about the actual best equipment in the game. Most of the very best equipment for Ivan and Mia are extremely rare drops from monsters in the Venus Lighthouse. The best light blade in the game, the Kikuichi Monji, often called the K-Sword by fans, is dropped by the Fenrir here at a 1 out of 256 chance. Doing the Jenny trick actually raises this chance all the way up to 1 out of 64, but this still isn't great. The Feathered Robe, the best Jupiter caster armor, is dropped by Wild Griffins at a chance of 1 out of 128, up to a 1 out of 32 chance with the proper Jenny. The Blessed Mace, Zodiac Wand, and Spiked Armor are also viable endgame pieces in Reloaded, although they're not quite as worthy of praise in the base game. They're dropped by the Thunder Lizard, the Grand Golem, and the Chimera Mage, respectively. I'm not going to grind out any of these, specifically because I don't want to level my party up too high and trivialize any of the endgame challenges. If we find them, we find them. If not, and we probably won't, oh well, no biggie. With all that talk out of the way, I want to continue forward just a bit to grab the final Jupiter Genie, located in Popple's lighthouse further up the road. Popple was building this tower in an attempt to locate Lemuria at sea, since the Venus lighthouse has been closed shut for ages. It seems that when we get there, things are already a mess. The construction workers are wandering around with no orders, while the guards have been scattered to the wind like the rest. There's a really obvious secret entrance here, but let's go in and look around first. The layout is extremely simple, just a tower with a big hole in the middle. A floor up, our prize awaits, Luff. With him on our roster, we'll only be a single Genie away from completing our collection. We drop down as far as we can go, where we find a group of people from Lalivero trying to chase Satros and Minardi, who have Shiba with them. It takes a lot of them blubbering and crying for us to finally explain that they cannot follow us through this door. It slams shut in the face of any who isn't an adept. I wonder if that means the other group ditched Kraden. Instead of going through the door, however, we're going to run back out and check out the secret entrance, which takes us rather quickly to our target. Luff, as you can probably guess, engages in battle with us and goes down without much trouble. These Gen are nothing compared to the in-game battles with them in the sequel. Believe me, it gets rough. Luff has an incredibly useful ability to seal a foe's synergy with an incredibly high success rate, so he'll be a valuable addition to our team. He gets stuck onto Mia, upgrading her from Savant to Wise, the final tier of that class line. I'll give you the long and short of the whole Popple's Lighthouse, Tunnel Ruins, and Venus Lighthouse thing. At the actual Venus Lighthouse entrance, as in the place where the Venus Lighthouse can be seen on the overworld, you have to go to this statue, examine it, and it will open one of two ways forward through the tunnel ruins at the bottom of Popple's Lighthouse. Each of these routes has a specific treasure on it, one being Azura's armor and the other being the Oracle's robe, renamed to the Princess robe and reloaded, both of which are worth picking up, so you'll need to go through both routes eventually. These routes both lead through the tunnel ruins and into the Venus Lighthouse proper, where you can actually complete the dungeon and thus the game. This part confused me a lot as a kid, so I figured I'd just quickly explain it here. Now that we've got Luff, I want to head back to Crossbone Isle, where we'll find our final Genie and make our way to, but not fight, Golden Sun's optional super boss. We'll get to him eventually, but we'll need everything we can possibly get first. Our ticket back to Crossbone Isle to do the rest of that dungeon is in Sahala Desert, in that cave we ignored near the Genie. On our way back, we'll pop into the Venus Lighthouse, activate the goddess statue to open a route for later, as well as grab the Carry Stone from this door hidden behind Reveal. We'll need Carry, the last major synergy in the game, to get through both Crossbone and the Venus Lighthouse. Carry is basically move, but it can only interact with these silver gray blocks, and it can move them up a layer as well as over those no pushing here lines on the floor. Pretty situational, but necessary nonetheless. While we're in the Venus Lighthouse's front entrance, Mia and Isaac both gain access to powerful healing synergies in Wishwell and Potent Cure. We've already had access to Wishwell, but Potent Cure is the final version of the Cure synergy we started the game with. They grow up so fast. It heals a resounding 500 HP, though its cost of 24 is nothing to scoff at. Back in Sahala Desert, we pop into that somewhat hidden cave. After a brief walk, we pop out on the other side near this cotton candy-colored whirlwind. Unlike the others in this area, we don't need to use Douse inside of it though, although you can for another boss fight that we'll deal with a little later. Instead, we're going to just hang out inside of it for a second. Rather than taking us back to Sahala, just like the others do, it whisks us away to Crossbone Isle, where we can finally return to the dungeon we had to leave behind a while ago. The tornado also politely waits on the beach to help us return. So sweet of it. Let's get into Crossbone Isle proper and back down to where we left off. Before we do anything, we'll have to face off against the next floor boss, these two griffins. These are more Dragon's Dogma sized than the others, but just like the ones in Dragon's Dogma, they have an easily exploitable weakness. Not fire, but paralysis. Though these griffins have access to a weaker version of the deadly wing stroke monster skill, they barely get a chance to use it through the thorough paralysis pounding we give them. On the other side of the door they guard is what I like to call the Chamber of Synergies that only get used for one dungeon that also don't do anything when you take them with you to the next game, Golden Sun: The Lost Age for the Game Boy Advance. Catchy name, I know, patent pending. As the incredibly impeccable name implies, the primary synergies at play here are Cloak and Halt. These statues are some kind of automated security system that blocks your progress when you step on these bronze platforms. Thankfully, they operate based on sight, so we can use Cloak to get past them, or when they're close enough, Halt to prevent them from interacting with us at all. The truth is, this chamber is super simple. There's a chest containing the storm gear here, which in the vanilla game is one of the best pieces of armor in the game, period. Here, it's a little more balanced with its peers, but we'll still be equipping it to Isaac for now. It raises his resistance to every element but Venus, useful when he already resists that one. With that, we make our way into the descending hallway toward the next boss encounter. Here, we encounter the final variation of the lizard monster, one with golden hide, appropriately named the Lizard King. He's followed by an entourage of various lesser monsters, ones that don't last more than a turn. The king himself, alone, doesn't stand a chance against our full team, but his colossal HP stockpile means we're in for quite a tiring beatdown. In fact, we even get out a 3-gen Mars summon, which still doesn't kill him. Not long after, however, he gets dethroned and we're through his door. This puzzle room is familiar, as it strangely shares a tile set with Kalima Forest, albeit with a different palette. As you might expect, it's another log rolling puzzle, the granddaddy of all log rolling puzzles actually. All of the log rolling we've done up until now has led up to this. Really, it's just sort of tedious because we have to flip this switch several times for each configuration of the logs. In this room is the Black Garb, known as the Ninja Garb in the unmodded game. It boosts several stats here, most importantly the ailment stat, a sort of anti-luck stat introduced and reloaded. The higher a character's ailment stat, the easier time they'll have inflicting ailments and debuffs on enemies. We'll put Ivan in this stylish wear, then head out the exit after another lengthy session of log pushing, just like the morning after fondue night. Our next floor boss is a pair of chimeras. Lots of Dragon's Dogma enemies down here, huh? Like the other enemies so far, we're strong enough now that these aren't too much of a threat. They're both prone to being stunned and put to sleep, so we're free to put the hurt on them while they impotently cast synergies or do nothing at all. Their Mad Dash monster skill is sort of dangerous, but they barely get it out with the way the fight goes. As if things couldn't get any worse for them, we even managed to hit both of them with the Jenny trick. This upcoming puzzle room is a series of pillar pushing sequences where you actually need to be smart about where you put them. Nothing incredibly difficult, of course, but it's more than your usual puzzle. There's even a pillar with a chest on it here. However, the most pressing thing in this room is this big guy. Who he is not important. What matters is his ability. This Jenny infects enemies with venom, and it's extremely painful. For you. It seems like Bane knows he's the final Jenny, as he puts us through quite the wild goose chase, even forcing us to cast Halt on him at the end like Kite back in Vale Cave. With all that running, though, he's tired himself out and joins us of his own volition. Finally, we have the full set. Garrett briefly goes from Berserker to Dark Knight, or Black Knight, but we won't be keeping him that way. Now that we have the full list of Jin, there are a couple things we can do that we couldn't before. Primarily, we now have access to the 7 Jin classes, often referred to as tri-elemental classes due to the fact that they require 2 kinds of Jin in addition to the Adept's base element. There are also 6 Jin tri-elemental classes, which I had forgotten about until now. Whoops. After some fiddling, we end up with those for now, but we won't stay that way for long. Isaac will be going from Paragon to White Knight. Ignoring the obvious joke, White Knight is actually an extremely similar class to Paragon, albeit with the addition of the Fire Synergy series and the Cure series being replaced by the stronger Ply series, while losing the utility synergy of Void. Even its stats are extremely similar, though being a 6th gen class versus a 7, they are slightly lower across the board in terms of attack. Unfortunately, these 6th gen classes don't get to shine until the sequel, where the maximum gen for each character is bumped up to 9. Still, it'll let Isaac keep his current role, while other people take on more interesting classes for a bit. Garrett goes from his new Black Knight to Shinobi. Yes, Garrett will be embracing his inner weeb to fling shuriken and do that jumping, falling, explosive grab thing. You know, that thing that Ninja Kirby does? It's his up throw in Smash Brothers. That thing. He can do that. Shinobis have a wide variety of synergy to choose from, although they're all cheaper, weaker versions of normal synergies. Shuriken is unique, however, in that it's an EPA that hits multiple targets. Very useful and very strong. Ivan will be embracing the Wild Mage class, leaning him hard into the Spellblade role. Unlike most of his caster classes, Wild Mage gives him access to a couple strong attack-based synergies. EPAs are rare and mostly unneeded on casters, but Ivan's attack is boosted to a decent enough level with Wild Mage that they're not totally useless. In addition to Planet Diver and Astral Blast, he also gains access to Eruption, Shine Plasma, and Ice Horn, all very powerful synergies. Finally, he's also good at dropping enemy defenses with the Impair and Weaken synergy sets. Finally, Mia is going to become an Elementalist. This is an offensive support class with powerful single-target healing, attack, and resistance buffs, and 2 strong synergy lines in Gaia and Prism. There's really just not much else to it. Just a solid class all around, not many frills. Now that all that Jin business is finished, we're going to clean out Crossbone Isle, collect what treasure there is here, and head back to the Venus Lighthouse to do the same thing. In this room, there's still a chest containing the Demon Axe, a cursed weapon with an absolutely immense attack stat. This is the first of 3 cursed weapons here on the Isle. Each one has their own strengths and weaknesses, with this one's strength being its, strength. It has the highest damage of any weapon in the game. We're not going to be using it just yet, though. The next floor's boss is 2 Earth Lizards. And there's not really anything I can say about this fight. I've tried to mention at least one thing about each fight, something about the strategy or something specific that the enemy can do, and there's just nothing here. I'm sorry. They don't have any unique attacks. We're strong enough at this point that they don't really even stand much of a chance. Isaac hits level 27 when we win. That's something. Yeah. The next room is where we need to use Carry. This one is actually fairly annoying because we have to go in and out of the room to reset the blocks in case we mess something up, and it is very easy to mess something up. Outside of that, though, there's not really much to talk about. The puzzle here isn't really a puzzle so much as it is just taking the time to move these blocks to where they need to go. This floor's big treasure is the Wicked Mace, the second of 3 powerful cursed weapons. This one is unique in that it not only has an unleash that inflicts the deadly venom status, but it also naturally increases the user's ailment stat. A dangerous combo, to be sure. Again, we'll just be holding on to it for now. None of these cursed weapons are worth equipping just yet. The next floor's boss is, for once, actually a reskin of a boss rather than a standard enemy. The Poison Toad is an orange Toadonpa, but it's not nearly as dangerous, especially since we're much more powerful than when we faced his big brother. It also lacks Toadonpa's deadly Ribbit Stomp attack. The 2 Thunder Lizards accompanying it don't pose much of a threat either, since they're normal enemies found in the Venus Lighthouse. With no ailments to fall back on at the moment, we just use our synergy to annihilate our foes with little trouble. Of special note is this unleash where Garrett manages to pump out over 300 damage at once. Wowee! This next puzzle room is an interesting one. You have to freeze these puddles in the right order to get through the room properly, and you can also freeze this puddle here to cause the dragon statue to spit fire, melting this ice pillar back down to a puddle to let you through. You'll need to put in a bit of brainial thought for this room, especially if you want to get this chest in the center, containing the Angel Ring. This is called the Cleric's Ring in the base game, but the effect is the same in both. It allows you to use cursed equipment without any negative effects, aside from the ring's built-in -5 luck. Normally, cursed equipment has a chance to force you to lose a turn every time you act, but this ring does away with that. We'll be giving this one to Garrett. Isaac's equipment slots will be filled with items much more suited to him than the cursed ones. We'll give Garrett the Wicked Mace because it has the most bonus effects on it, like the ones I mentioned before, and a decent boost of Venus power. We step out of this room and go down the stairs to our final floor boss, a pair of hellhounds. Unlike the rest of this monster series, these guys are actually mercury-based, and they're pretty damn strong. They feature an even stronger version of water breath called Blizzard Breath, a paralyzing wicked howl, and the dangerous Double Fang that can do massive amounts of damage. All of this in addition to powerful normal attacks and the deadly Ice Missile synergy, one of the most powerful Mercury spells. They managed to down both Ivan and Isaac during the fight, thanks in no small part to the paralysis Wicked Howl can inflict. They also managed to annihilate Mia with a Double Fang that deals over 300 damage. Revenge for that unleash earlier. Ivan and Isaac quickly trade places with Garrett and Mia, the latter two going down, but before Garrett can be taken out, he managed to inflict one of the hounds with Venom, which deals over 600 damage per turn. It doesn't last long after that point, but even with one of the creatures dead, we're not out of the woods just yet. We finally get everyone back on their feet, and the other hellhound is inflicted with Venom, but Mia finishes it off before it can be worn down. A hard-won battle, appropriate for the penultimate boss of Crossbone Isle. Unfortunately, what awaits us at the bottom makes these hellhounds look like a joke. We'll need a little more training and better equipment before we're ready for him. Garrett learns the powerful Death Plunge synergy, unique to the Shinobi class, and we move into the final puzzle room. This one is a series of log rolling puzzles, but the water kind. Using different positions for these logs allows us to get to areas we normally couldn't, blocking the way for some logs and clearing the way for others. This final chest, containing the lethal Muramasa, scourge of so many JRPGs, requires us to essentially build a bridge using these logs, until we can get this jagged mess that stops this log here and lets us hop over. The Muramasa is extremely strong, but unfortunately, it won't be seeing any use in this playthrough. With every single chest but two opened on Crossbone Isle, we return to our fated path. It's time to climb the Venus Lighthouse. Unfortunately, it won't be the final time we see Crossbone, nor the lighthouse itself. Instead, we're scouring it for all the treasure it has, just like we did here. The Venus Lighthouse contains the majority of the powerful equipment in the game, and we'll need it if we're to face the rest of the foes on our journey. I also want to get our gang up to level 30 before we fight the final bosses, just to be safe. I'll be depriving myself of several powerful synergies that way, but like I said before, I don't want to get too strong and trivialize anything. I know the Golden Sun God gamers out there are rolling their eyes, unable to believe that I'm not finishing the game sub-level 20, but I say to you this. The monsters in the Sahala Desert are gracious enough to give us enough experience to level up a couple times. And when we get back to Lalivero, there's one chest here I forgot to grab. It contains the Warrior Helm, probably the best headgear in the game for warriors. It's pretty much tailor-made for Isaac, considering it boosts Venus power and unleash rates. We pop it on him, give Ivan his old lucky hat, which seems to be a Naruto headband, you fucking weeb, and then we're off to the store. Not to buy anything, but to sell off a lot of this junk we don't really need. We're getting dangerously close to running out of inventory space completely, so thank God this is the end of the game. A quick rest at the end, and we're headed to Popple's Lighthouse, and from there, the Tunnel Ruins. The Tunnel Ruins are kind of a short pre-dungeon dungeon for the Venus Lighthouse. Thankfully, there's a quick way out of the lighthouse once we get there, but there's no way back in. So once we're there, we need to do our business before we leave. Before we head in, let's grab the final lucky pepper from outside Popple's Lighthouse and give it to poor Ivan. Go on, buddy. Take a sniff. Since we talked to the goddess statue back in the Venus Lighthouse entrance, there's an actual way forward here instead of an impassable pit. Thanks, Mom. As we start part 1 of the final dungeon in the game, it's already clear we're going to need everything we've got here. Playing this part reminds me of just how simple the utility synergies are in this game compared to the sequel, but we'll save that discussion for another day. Oh, this Chimera Mage actually drops the spiked armor for us. Now, don't get too excited, it's by far the most common drop of the good ones, but rather than being useless crap like in the vanilla game, the spiked armor is actually pretty good, boosting attack and crits. Sounds perfect for Isaac, eh? He'll have to drop his storm gear, but I'm a sucker for being suicidally confident. So, who needs all that resistance? Attack up, baby! Carrie is annoyingly picky. This is like whenever we were trying to use force on that log. I have no idea why it's like this. I assume it uses the same logic as move and lift, so why? Why, Camelot? This room has a babe in it. Upon trying to get a better look with reveal, the babe disappears, revealing that she was actually a box with a robe in it the whole time. Why does this keep happening to me? The princess robe, or the oracle robe in the vanilla game, is pretty much tailor-made for Mia. It boosts mercury power and resistance, making her healing stronger, as well as regenerating her HP over time. I'd prefer it regenerate her PP, but what can you do? With the first of the 2 competing treasures collected, we move forward and into a room with more babes, this time in an assortment of flavors. If you examine them, it mentions that the statues speak to your soul, which is a hint to hit them with mind read. These colorful waifus need to be arranged in a specific configuration, which can be easily parsed from their hints. I like this puzzle, and it's a shame that there aren't more like it. That's kind of a running theme with Venus Lighthouse now that I mention it, but you'll see. A short hallway is all that's left of the ruins, and with that, we're in the Venus Lighthouse's true entry point. Welcome to the area with the best music in the game. The Venus Lighthouse theme is an absolute banger. I love it so much. Really the perfect final dungeon theme. It screams, we've come this far, we're not going to give up now. There are a couple ways to go from here, but only the door in the middle takes us forward. The other is a quick way out if we need it, but be warned, this babe statue doesn't stay on this button. If you leave this screen after disabling the electrical field, it resets and you have to go all the way back to Popple Lighthouse to get in. That said, leaving this room and coming back to the tunnel entrance also respawns the Synergy Stone, meaning this room is perfect for doing a little grinding. So we'll do just that in a bit. Hopefully we'll get our hands on some tasty equipment in the process. We don't. For now, let's go get some of that in-game stuff. The first thing we find is this Devil's Crown. Called the Thunder Crown in the vanilla game, its Japanese name is Fallen Angel's Crown, so I'm pretty sure this is the crown of actual Satan. Damn. Thankfully, the Angel's Ring will protect Garrett from its negative effects and make it the perfect headgear for him. It boosts PP, unleash rate, ailments, and defense, all by a great amount, so it's no slouch when it comes to gear. The puzzles in the Venus Lighthouse revolve around these sand falls. Usually there's a gauntlet of rooms you have to go through to find a button that moves a sliding platform, like this, out of the way, changing the flow or filling a new aqueduct entirely. I'm not sure you'd refer to it as an aqueduct in this case. A pteroduct? Sure. Sand always moves like water in video games. So weird. I can't imagine how painful it'd be to walk through a sand fall like this. We get our first sand flow redirected and unlock the next area. In truth, the Venus Lighthouse's puzzles aren't really difficult so much as they are grand, so it's at least partially fitting. The next sort of puzzle are these cool little circuit boards. You have to lead the little ball of light to the end by pushing the panels into the slots. A great puzzle, but unfortunately little is done with it. Thankfully, there are more of these in the second game, but it still feels underutilized. Either way, we continue our march through the lighthouse, next finding the dragon scales. These are defensively extremely powerful, both raising defense by a lot and giving plenty of both Mars and Mercury resistance. Unfortunately, I'm pretty happy with what we've got, so it's going to have to wait quite a while to get some use. More weighted carry puzzles await us here, justifying us picking up the carry stone, and we hit our next sand switch. This lets us into the lower chamber on the left here, so let's hop on down. These little stone bastards are getting on my nerves. They have a self-destruct move called Dynamite that's really strong, and they always come in huge packs. Horrid little things. They don't even have the decency to provide a good drop. In this room, we find more sand rushing around at high speed. I feel like this would all be very hot. That's like a lot of friction. A lot. It'd also be like really easy to get buried, right? Not even mentioning how much it'd just get everywhere. Awful. The Venus Lighthouse is just an awful place, and I never want to go there. This room does have one positive, however, and that's the Gaia Blade. The Gaia Blade is, bar none, the best weapon in the game. It has been nerfed somewhat from vanilla, no longer providing a massive boost to Venus power, but it's still worth it simply for its incredible attack rating and amazing unleash, Titan Blade, which does colossal amounts of Venus damage. Isaac will, of course, be snatching this one up and using it for the rest of our adventure. Another circuit puzzle awaits us here, this one vertically oriented and a bit more complex. It only takes a quick look at the tiles, of course, to see which route we need to take. It's easiest to check which corners you have. After that, it's a lot of long, slow pushes, like giving birth or passing a quadruple, triple, ultimate burrito supremo with extra cheese. This opens the door to the next switch, and wildly, we're quite nearly done with the lighthouse already. These dungeons are so short. It's a shame, really. We hop past this conspicuous floating platform and down to the sand zone, where we now have access to the final stairway and room. This place has a hole to drop down, which will take us to the final boss, and a synergy stone. We'll take advantage of one, but not the other just yet. Let's retreat to the entrance and get our grind on. And that'll do it. Level 30 across the board. We won't be getting much higher than this in this playthrough, although there is obviously synergy to be learned beyond this point if you're so inclined. Unfortunately, we weren't lucky enough to have any of the Uber equipment drop, even with the liberal use of the Jenny trick, but we won't need it either way. We've already got the most powerful weapons right here. Yeah. Ooh. Ooh. Our first target, now that our party is swollen and ready to kill, is the final boss of Crossbone Isle, Deadbeard. Before we get to him, though, we'll have to face a couple of foes that we've neglected to kill before now. Neither will be even a quarter of the challenge he is, but they must be defeated to sate my completionist autism either way. Let's head back to Sahala Desert. On our way, we'll talk to the goddess statue in the Venus Lighthouse entrance again and have her switch paths so that we can get the Azora armor later. We won't be using it now, but it'll be nice to have for Golden Sun 2 if we do that. Remember this cotton candy tornado? This son of a bitch is the first to die. Using Douse reveals the Tempest Lizard, the strongest of the 3 tornado lizard variants. Unfortunately for him, we're much, much stronger than we were when we fought his little brother, His attacks are strong, but so are we. I try to get cheeky and paralyze and bind him, but in the end it was pointless. With our newfound strength, the Tempest Lizard can't overcome our party, even with access to the amazing Wing Stroke. He falls with little of note to mention. He is, in the end, just a slightly stronger Storm Lizard with little else going for him. There are a couple of things that make him interesting though, so we'll take up the rest of his fight talking about that. The Tempest Lizard is the only boss in the game that can be fought multiple times, as he always respawns when you return to the area. This also makes him, once reaching a certain level, the most efficient way to gain experience in the game. Since he can be fought either here or on Crossbone Isle, you can fight him on Crossbone, go inside the Crossbone Isle dungeon area, then come back out and he'll be back. Since there are no enemies on the Crossbone overworld, you can run around to restore your PP if necessary, basically making this the perfect grinding spot. That said, you have to be pretty powerful to make a fight against the Tempest Lizard a quick one, so you'd probably be better served leveling up at the Vita's Lighthouse first. That way, you can also get some of the good equipment those monsters drop too. This guy only drops potions, which are still great healing items, but they're not going to make you any stronger. Anyway, this guy's the same exact colors as Ridley in the first Metroid. Crazy, huh? Just like Ridley, he's fucking dead, so let's move on. I'd say Deadbeard would be our next fight, but there's a score we have to settle first. A rivalry going back to near the beginning of this adventure. One that cannot be forgotten merely to appease the forward marching of time or fate. For it is, in fact, in the very defiance of fate itself that our two powers clash. For if two forces as great as we were ever to meet, surely the world and all it has ever known would be destroyed, wiped from the memory of any higher power that does exist, or ever has existed. It is time.
It is time your kind was exterminated once and for all. Mimic! We've both been waiting for this moment, trapped in the eternal struggle of man versus monster, adventurer versus greed. We long to break free, to conquer our lone worthy adversary. And now, at long last, I can sink mine own blade into thy heart as you writhe, shriek, protest against thine end. I have...
Oh, he died. Hey, Isaac hit level 31, which is cool. Kind of thought he'd put up more of a fight than that. I figured, since he's like in the same room as the super boss. Well, on to Deadbeard then. This guy isn't really a pirate, more like a big blood-red skeleton in rotted plate armor. Even in the Japanese version, where his name isn't even Deadbeard or anything pirate adjacent, he's still referred to as a pirate, so it's strange. Even as a kid, I was like, why is the super boss of this fantasy game some random pirate? Rambling aside, this guy is 0% joke and 100% complete and total testicular annihilation. In the vanilla game, Deadbeard is a little infamous for being somewhat of a letdown. While certainly stronger than the final boss, as he should be as a super boss, he doesn't really have anything that makes him unique beyond spamming a bunch of strong synergies. In Reloaded, that is no longer the case. Deadbeard has an absolutely bonkers attack stat, one that he happily reinforces with Impact. Now normally you'd think the super boss taking a break from kicking your ass to buff itself would be a boon, but this fella casting Impact is the Reaper tolling his bell. You're donezo. Doubly so if he gets 2 off. Now normally, even the most powerful attack is still at least limited to a single target, which would be a blessing. But that's where Deadbeard's brand new monster skill comes in, Sweep. Sweep is a physical attack that hits 3 of your adepts and scales very well with the boss's sky-high attack. He will annihilate your entire party with 300 damage sweeps until you either use Break on him or he decides to rest his sword arm by casting one of his insane top-level synergies. Deadbeard has access to Freeze Prism, Spark Plasma, and Inferno, all the highest tier of their series with incredible power and range. All he has to do is use 2 of those in a turn, and we're done. On top of that, he also restores 80 HP a turn, which is a mercifully small amount, and essentially never runs out of PP, so we can't try to stall him out like we could with a few other bosses. which wouldn't be an option anyway because his synergy is so ridiculously powerful that he'd just annihilate us no matter how hard we try to play defensively. Deadbeard is truly the super boss of Golden Sun Reloaded, and it's going to take a long time to beat him. Not in the raid boss that takes hours to defeat kind of way, but in the sense that we're going to need to find a strategy that works on him with our current party. For the sake of not making this video any longer than it already is, I'm going to gloss over my many attempts to do this fight and focus only on how we managed to beat him in the end. I'm considering doing a separate video with the other fights uncut with commentary, but we'll see. Let me know what you think in the comments. First of all, here's our setup for victory. Isaac is in the Black Knight class for maximum offense. Deadbeard's only weakness is Venus synergy, hence why he doesn't have a spell of that element. So Isaac will be doing most of our damage here with Ragnarok and unleashing Titan's Blade. Unfortunately, Deadbeard is pretty much completely immune to most traditional status effects, so none of the Black Knight's utility spells will be much use here. Isaac is here for one thing, to crush Deadbeard with a relentless stream of attacks and never stop. Garrett, on the other hand, is in the opposite boat. He's taken the role of Star Knight, a Jupiter-based class that he's never seen before that gives him various ways to buff the party. His most important role, however, is to use Jupiter Genie Luff to take advantage of the one status that Deadbeard isn't immune to, Bind. Luff's high rate of success, combined with Garrett's high ailment stat, will ensure that Deadbeard's synergy can be sealed for most of the fight. This will prevent him from decimating our party in a single turn on a whim. Ivan takes another valuable support role. His new class Wise mixes Mercury with his Jupiter to give him access to healing and debuffs, his primary tools during this fight. Ivan can cast Wish to keep our party alive, as well as Dull to lower Deadbeard's colossal attack to manageable levels. Unfortunately, Deadbeard's gigantic luck stat also means that most of these attempts will fail, but the ones that don't are the important ones. Lastly, Mia is in her Thaumaturge class, giving her access to the valuable Raise synergy, as well as party and single target healing. She'll be doing little else aside from using these moves, despite her ability to cast Gaia here for decent damage. We just need her PP elsewhere, like my ex-wife once told me. Deadbeard at this level requires absolutely immaculate management, and the only thing this strategy has over others is that it disallows the monster from completely obliterating our team in a single turn. Even 2 bad turns in a row will end the fight, which is at least up from the normal 1, so we'll need to put everything we have into it. The fight itself is stressful and long. Garrett keeps Deadbeard's synergy sealed, while Ivan does his best to keep his attack low and work with Mia to keep our party alive. All the while, Isaac unleashes Ragnarok again and again until he can't any longer. When Garrett doesn't need to set Luff or use him, he can take a break to boost Isaac's attack. With fully boosted attack, a Titan Blade Unleash can cost Deadbeard nearly 500 HP, an absolutely significant chunk of his health. I've looked all over for what his max HP is in Reloaded, but I've never been able to find it. I just know it's more than vanilla by quite a damn bit. At peak performance, this strategy locks Deadbeard into pretty much only attacking randomly and using sweep. Even when he does, those attacks only do 30 damage at most because of his massively dropped attack. It's a slow, painful process, and sometimes his synergy seal only lasts a single turn before it needs to be reapplied. Thankfully, with Garrett immediately setting Luff again as soon as he's used, that never gives him a chance to break through for more than a single attack. After an incredibly arduous fight, Deadbeard is finally consigned to Davy Jones's locker. Breathe a sigh of relief, because the most dangerous and difficult challenge of Golden Sun Reloaded is now complete. We get 8,000 experience as our reward, enough to level Garrett up to 31 to match Isaac, as well as the Demon Mail, the highest defense armor in the game. In Vanilla Golden Sun, this armor actually kinda sucks big wiener, but in Reloaded, it's great. It matches right with the Devil's Crown and boosting a bunch of valuable stats like HP, Unleash Rate, and ailments. It's unfortunate that there's little to do with this great armor but finish the story, but maybe it'll see use in the sequel. With Deadbeard gone, we have a couple of asses in desperate need of a kicking up on the Venus Lighthouse. Before we get going, let's change classes, one last time, to the 7th-gen exclusive ones. Go out with a real bang, you know? Isaac will become the appropriately named leader. Master of attack and support, the leader boasts powerful EPAs, normal spells, as well as access to healing and buffs. Surprisingly, this class is actually completely unique to Reloaded, as this gen combination gives you nothing of worth in the base game. Fun! I think it fits Isaac perfectly well as we approach the endgame, given his massive role diversity throughout our adventure. Garrett, returning to the land of the rising sun, embraces the way of the samurai. With incredibly powerful EPAs and a full hand of debuff synergies, Garrett has become a paragon of offense and defense, fitting well with his frequent role as tank on our travels. Samurai has several unique synergies, not unlike Shinobi, but the most powerful and useful is the deadly Helm Splitter, dealing incredible damage and often lowering an enemy's defense thanks to Garrett's high ailment stat. Ivan and Mia take the twin roles of Divine Mage and White Mage, respectively, finding themselves in similar roles with key differences. Ivan is focused on single-target effects with the extremely powerful Retribution, an upgrade to the Punishment synergy, and Ply. Mia, meanwhile, tends more toward multi-target spells, like Plasma and Wish. Both will be running both offensive and supporting spells, however, so in the end, their roles are not entirely unalike. Our ultimate class is set, we storm the Venus Lighthouse the final time, gaining levels all the way up to 32 for our entire party as we go, coming to the last room, taking the plunge down the lone passage forward, and finally ascending to the lighthouse Airy, where we find both Saturos and Minardi in an argument with their seemingly unwilling companions, Felix and Sheba. Sheba seems shocked silent, likely afraid of her violent captors, while Felix stands bravely against them and their threats. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem like they're going to let Sheba go with him for some reason. Okay, I'm gonna be totally honest. I have no idea why this is such a fuss. Maybe it's a translation thing? I guess they're afraid that Felix is going to return Sheba to her people? But, even if he did, Saturos and Minardi have stormed multiple towns and killed plenty of people. It's not like they'd have trouble getting her back. The whole point of them bringing her along to begin with is that to get into each lighthouse and light the beacon, one needs an adept of the corresponding element, and their group lacks a Jupiter adept otherwise. But, as I'm sure you've noticed because I've said it a billion times, this is the Venus Lighthouse. They don't need her here. So this argument all just seems completely pointless. For some reason, we work out a deal with Saturos and Minardi to hand the Shaman's Rod over to Sheba. I have no idea where we agree to this, but I can only assume it's because we're trying to avoid a fight. But, come on guys. We've been through all this and you really think Saturos and Minardi are just gonna walk away? I think this is frankly the weakest part of the story, and I really just struggle to understand why our party wouldn't just immediately be crunching skulls for all the horror this pair have caused down below. I guess this was foreshadowed when we immediately forgave Dodonpa for trying to kill us twice, once with a frog and another with a knife. Very annoying. Again, I don't know if these story beats are only present in the translation, or if the original script has them too. It just all seems very strange. Regardless, surprise, Saturos reveals that the deal was stupid or something and attacks us. What this blue idiot doesn't know is that Isaac and his crew happen to be the strongest warriors on the continent at this point, and that they're about to be turned into Proxy and Meatloaf. Saturos and Minardi are powerful adepts, both Mars elementals as their tribe dictates, but we've been through worse scrapes, and compared to Deadbeard, these guys are chumps. I might risk an exaggeration and say that the Hellhounds we fought on Crossbone Isle may be stronger than these two. Maybe that's just my hostility toward these assholes talking. Saturos is the warrior, and Minardi is the caster, and while Minardi has access to the strongest form of Wish, Pure Wish, it can't really compare with the sheer amount of damage we put out at this point. For that reason, we focus in on Satoru's first, to reduce the party's ability to deal damage. The two have a single monster skill each. Satoru's has one that he's used multiple times in the past, Heat Flash, which inflicts delusion, while Minardi has the incredibly annoying Death Scythe, which can inflict an instant kill. Funnily, this move was translated as Death Size in the vanilla game. I'm going to guess it was originally Desu Saizo, and the translator was a mouth breather who couldn't put two and two together. Regardless, even with powerful synergy at their disposal, these two aren't a match for us. Garrett's relentless use of Helm Splitter softens Satoru's up for big damage, while Isaac uses his Mercury cutting edge to whittle away at these nerds. Ivan runs support with the occasional high impact and retribution, and Mia does her usual healing thing while also laying on the Mercury synergy. Satoru's drops soon enough, and Minardi is hardly a threat on her own, only proving to be an annoyance when she gets lucky on her Death Scythe spam. I think it would have been a nice touch for the remaining warrior to get a second turn or something, but whatever. She goes down to our endless onslaught of attacks, marking our superiority as fighters for good. As we celebrate our victory, Felix makes it clear that he still intends to light the beacons. Our party is confused, and he frustratingly refuses to explain for the sake of the plot. Before we can kick his scrawny butt, Satoru and Minardi stagger to their feet and pitch the Venus Star into the Great Well, lighting the Venus beacon and leaving us as failures twice in a row. Maybe we should have grabbed the star off of them when we beat them down, or something? I mean, this is the whole world at stake here. Displaying an insanely specific power, Satoru and Minardi fuse together into a gigantic fucking dragon, and the true final boss begins. This big fella is capable of a vast array of attacks, including a couple that emulate our own Mars summons, Dragon Driver for Tiamat and Outer Space for Meteor. It can inflict us with Venom with Deadly Gas, and Haunt with Evil Breath, as well as unleash an attack that reduces one of our adepts to 1 HP with a high rate of success in Mighty Press. It can even heal itself with Drain Fang. While not quite as dangerous as Deadbeard, the Fusion Dragon is no pushover, and it frequently tests our mettle by knocking our adepts down to just near death. There's nothing special about our strategy here, though. We simply do as we always do, and overpower it with raw strength. Once again relying on Isaac and Garrett for maximum damage with Cutting Edge and Helm Splitter. Being a combination of two Mars adepts, the thing is, of course, still weak to Mercury. As the fight wears on, the dragon spams its summon-like abilities more and more, desperate to win out despite the foregone conclusion of our victory, and our party starts to wear thin, perhaps fatigued from the long journey we've been through. Though our spirits remain strong and the damage keeps coming, our bodies wane in strength. However, even as adepts fall to the onslaught, we never give in. We've faced every challenge so far and never given up. Some gigantic lizard made of two weird, smaller lizard people isn't gonna put us down. Isaac at last bathes his Gaia blade in Mercury synergy and unleashes a final cutting edge, slicing the fused creature back into two pieces. And with that, our journey through Golden Sun Reloaded is finally complete. Of course, that's only half the story. There are, after all, 4 lighthouses, and we've only dealt with 2. With Felix now resolved to light the rest, we're far from done. Isaac and his friends also resolve to find Lemuria for the big battle. As we board the ship to distant, more dangerous horizons, our thoughts go to the journey that's just finished, and now, the one that is only beginning. Golden Sun is a very important game to me, and Reloaded represents, in my opinion, what the game could have been if the gameplay were nearly perfected. It's as fun as I thought the game was back when I was a kid, when I didn't realize just how dumb both I and the game really were. Although that childish wonder is now replaced by the accomplishment of a dire challenge overcome. Strategy and management replace marveling at the graphics and story, although I can still do those too. To me, Reloaded really is the best way to experience Golden Sun, and it only gets better in the Lost Age, where much more new content awaits. Now if that happens here, I'm not sure. I guess it depends on if people like this video and want me to do the sequel. Regardless, it definitely isn't going to be the next undertaking on this channel. As much as I love these games, I'm not quite ready to do Lost Age just yet. How Isaac and the others finally resolve the mystery of the lighthouses, how they rescue their childhood friends, and what happens to the world of Wayard will have to wait for another day. Until then, I hope you all have a wonderful evening, and thank you for watching, especially if you made it this far. You've been watching Torvus. God bless, and good night.